This is Audible.
The Carpenter's Secret. Family Secrets Book 1 by Noah Harris. Copyright 2017. All rights reserved. Narrated by Nick Lazar. Dean Matthews leads a normal, if boring, life. His career, his home, his social life, none of it is really what he wanted for himself, but it's the life he has nonetheless. A small coincidence brings him ownership of his grandfather's old farm to nurture the place under his careful hand. This choice will lead him from his old life to face a host of new challenges, most of which he expected. The unforeseen comes in the form of Michael Reed, a skilled carpenter with a few secrets. The friendship that forms between them becomes more, and eventually Michael's secrets, and the echoes of his family legends, alter Dean's once stale life forever. Prologue. Later, when Dean really thought about it, everything that had happened in his life could be blamed on a single bit of paperwork. A lot of changes in life could be attributed to one benign object or event. He knew that. Yet the events that followed this single act could never have been foretold, not even by the most skilled of psychics. Being an insurance adjuster wasn't exactly what you would call an exciting life. It paid the bills quite well, and the benefits weren't anything to scoff at either. Steady hours, decent pay, and no one had to question what you did when it came up over cocktails. His co-workers weren't terrible, but they weren't inordinately interesting either. It was dry, long, thankless work that just happened to pay the bills, and then some. Dean Matthews had never pictured his life that way. While he had certainly kept his college courses in line with a backup plan, his original major had been in agriculture, with minors in various animal care subjects and farming knowledge and first-hand experience in the fields. He had been set. His parents had not been particularly supportive of his decision, but what could they do? He was invested in living the life of a farmer, and with his knowledge growing and his degree getting closer each day, farming was all he thought he'd ever do. His grandfather had been a farmer his whole life. During the summers, Dean had spent a considerable amount of time there as a teenager. As he grew older, he had less time to spend on the farm, but he had never forgotten that time, and that had inevitably led to his decision to study agriculture. His grandfather had been the only person to support Dean's ambition, though he had a good laugh at the notion of going to college for such things. Dean was certain that the only reason the old man hadn't chided him for it was the fact that between financial aid and scholarships, he wasn't paying a dime for Dean's time at school. He hadn't really felt like he'd come into his own until college, where he enjoyed independence and freedom on campus. He went to the gym whenever he could. He wasn't particularly well built, but he certainly kept himself in shape. Summers on the farm had given him an appreciation for hard work and the physical condition required to do it. His hair and eyes were both brown, so dark they were almost black. Along with the naturally darker tint of his skin, thanks to his Native American ancestors, all he was missing was the tall of tall, dark, and handsome. It didn't hurt too much being on the shorter side of average height. His dark features made him look serious, and his handsome face made him seem even more so. Change came when Dean's parents suddenly died. They were the victims of a rough storm, slick roads, and an oncoming semi. Getting through the funeral proved easier than anyone expected, Dean included. He was so busy dealing with their affairs that he hardly had time for grief. They had not been terribly wise with their money, and he had barely managed to cover final expenses with his father's insurance payout. He was later able to cover their debt with the sale of the house, his childhood home. His grandfather had been the one to hear his grief when he had finally paid the last of the bills. The old man had put his own grief aside to comfort Dean, all that remained of his now lost daughter. After he settled the estate, Dean hadn't much of anything left to him. He barely had enough money left over to continue going to school for about a year, if he worked, and that was all. With that in mind, he made another decision for himself. His chosen field was no longer viable, with nothing to fall back on. So, he changed his major and worked his ass off to get himself the degree that would lead him to his current career. He could, at the very least, say that he had done well enough by himself with the choice, rather than struggling and probably failing to make ends meet to get the other degree. As it turned out, he had found himself a readily available job even in a struggling market. Although disappointed with the loss of his dream, he was pleased with the result of his choice and was fully prepared to follow his new path. Life, however, had taken even that satisfaction from Dean when his grandfather suddenly passed away. Heart attack. Dean was told that it was likely so severe that no one could have saved him, even if they had been right there. Worse yet, he was only found when the mailman got worried, after missing him at the mailbox for 3 days in a row. The last of Dean's family, a man he loved dearly, had suffered, probably scared and in pain, and had died alone. Dean's grief at the loss of his grandfather was sharper and far more agonizing. A local collection of men and women had been placed in charge of his grandfather's affair. They funded Dean's trip to attend the service. A local lawyer dealt with all other matters, and, after handing Dean only a sealed packet with written instructions on it, sent him on his way to deal with his grief alone. His grief was too large and too raw to be addressed. With no family left and no place to call home, he retreated from it all and threw himself into his job. 6 years as an adjuster had proven to be utter hell. Although generally consistent and predictable, it was thankless and spiteful. You could only take being treated like dirt so many times before it began to get to you. His boss, demanding, petty, and way too good at getting away with things, was an utter monster to work for. The rest of Dean's life seemed set to follow the path his career had taken. Sure, he was living reasonably comfortably in an apartment, and he had a car of his own, but none of it truly provided much for him beyond a place to retreat to and something to get around in. At 27, his life appeared to be quite normal, stable, and perhaps even envied. In truth, he hated his life. That hate had been growing each year like an itch at the back of his skull that he could never scratch, no matter how hard he tried. He had a boring, harrowing job, a friendless existence, and an apartment filled with mundane responsibilities. A former stray and half-wild cat, a dopey boxerish mix of a dog, and several plants that he tended to almost obsessively. His calm and measured approach to life was catching up with him, and he was beginning to understand why. After a decade or two of this sort of thing, some people simply went crazy. Despite all the friends he had made over the years, he could never quite manage to keep them for long. By now, those friendships had been largely reduced to occasional text or half-hearted invites to some gathering or another that he never followed through on. Connecting with people had always been a tricky proposition before, and had become even worse since losing his whole family within the span of a single year. He didn't mind the occasional hookup or casual fling, but that seemed to be the norm these days, even after the wild days of college. Some of those people weren't as committed as they initially thought and ended up cheating on him, while others found some flaw in him that they couldn't stand, so they left him. He was too quiet, too distant, gave too much attention to his plants and his pets and not enough to people. His struggle to connect with fellow human beings consigned him to being friendless, boyfriendless, and totally sexless. What his life would have ended up spinning into had he not accidentally knocked a box from the top shelf of his closet, he couldn't imagine. After grumbling and rubbing the sore spot on his head, he spotted the packet from his grandfather that the lawyer had given him years ago. He had never opened it. The instructions on the packet had been clear enough for him to understand that the time to open it was not when he'd received it, and he had trusted his grandfather enough to obey his words. For when you regret the road not taken. The note brought a faint smile to his face when he read it. Over 6 years since having stowed it out of sight. It was a reference to a discussion they'd had long ago over a Robert Frost poem. His grandfather was rather fond of the interpretation of that poem was about taking risks and being bold. Dean himself had believed it to be more wistful and regretful than anything. They'd had more than a few debates on the matter over the years. This had been his grandfather's last jab at him, a little acknowledgement of Dean's point of view. Clearly it was intended for a time in his life, such as this, when everything seemed wrong and mixed up. He really had been regretting his choice to live a normal, stable lifestyle. Being predictable and safe had done nothing but bring him banality and misery. He didn't know what his grandfather had known about the future, but perhaps the man's wisdom had been even greater than Dean had given him credit for. Inside the packet was the answer. Legal papers detailed the transfer of ownership of the family farm to Dean. Every piece of property, the machinery, and even contacts that Dean could use were laid out before him. Everything that he would need to get started in the process was there as well, including the name and number of the lawyer. Dean turned over each page, the details of the transfer blurring together as his eyes misted, then stopped on the last page. Beneath blocks of legal text was his grandfather's familiar scrawl. Dean. This land has been in our family for generations, even before it was claimed by settlers. The tribe that lived on this land before them settlers came runs in your very blood. It is more than just looks, little though there is. You have the soul of them in your blood, boy, just as sure as I did. I always thought that you would be the one to take over the care of this land for me in the end. I'm hoping if life don't make you happy where you are, you'll find your way here instead. I know you will find the peace here that you used to have as a youngster. The old tribe used to believe that the souls of their ancestors sometimes stayed on their land somewhere to watch over their families. If that's true, I'll be here when you need me. You only need to look. Be seeing you again, my boy. Grandpa Christopher. Years of unexpressed grief poured out of Dean with a sudden violence that scared him. Sorrow and grief tore him up inside, and he curled up on the couch, unable to stem the tide of tears and hoarse sobs. Never had he been more thankful for the company of the strange mutt and crazy cat as they cuddled up with him while he mourned. When he had recovered enough to wipe his face clean and breathe properly, he eyed his phone. For the first time in a very long time, he did not pause to weigh the pros and cons. He did not measure the cost, nor did he predict his odds of success. Instead, he called the lawyer. The road not traveled awaited him in his mind, offering everything he had dreamed of before his life had been turned upside down by the untimely death of his parents, offering the additional promise of change. Sometimes he wondered, after all was said and done, what he would have said back then if he were told what awaited him. But that wasn't how life worked, and now he was looking ahead to a new beginning, one that would start the moment he set foot on the land he hadn't touched in 6 long years. Chapter 1. Oh, hell, Dean muttered as he stepped down from the cab of the truck, barely noticing as Jax, his crazy mutt, darted out of the truck in a bid for freedom. I know it has looked better, the lawyer, Davis, said as he approached with a sympathetic expression. That was a colossal understatement, Dean thought. As he stood there, cat carrier in hand, and surveyed his surroundings, he agreed. It had looked better. A lot better. The last 6 years had really done a number on the place. His sense of foreboding had started at the rusty gate at the bottom of the drive and had grown stronger the farther he drove. Even the dirt path leading up to the house was run down and hard to drive through. The place was wild with plant life, and he'd been told that some workmen had been brought in to clear a few trees that had fallen across the path. He was unprepared for the sight that met him when they broke from the tree-lined path and he was finally able to see his new home. Immediately, his chest began to ache. The once bright white house with red shutters and trim was a sad ghost of its former self. The little flecks of red that remained were barely hanging on and had paled to a feeble pink. The white was no better, peeling and barely holding together. It no longer even looked white at this point. Having been exposed to the elements for quite some time, it had begun to change into a graying brown. The porch, wrapping around one side of the house to the other, looked a little unsafe. Nothing seemed unrepairable from the outside, at least nothing too expensive. It was simply an old place that had not known a loving hand in some time. The fencing that once ran stoutly from the path near the house to the nearby farm buildings was in even worse shape. The few sections of it that remained intact were about ready to crumble or give in. The path itself was no longer well worn and neatly trimmed. It had become badly overgrown as nature reasserted itself in the absence of man. Dean thought that at first look, the large equipment storage building and chicken coops would probably have to be completely rebuilt. 2 of the 4 coops were partially collapsed, and the other 2 looked only a good gust away from doing the same. The main barn must have been built with the same care and quality as the house, however. The dark brown paint had been all but stripped away, but as far as he could see, the structure was still stable. The only work that it would need would be the interior and the roof. The fields beyond those buildings had disappeared completely, so overgrown with various types of vegetation that he had to call upon his memories to envision them. The fields his grandfather had worked so tirelessly in were essentially gone. Fields he himself had worked and played in as a child on so many summer days. The state of the whole place saddened him greatly. The contrast between his memories and the stark reality in front of him caused more pain than he could say. Somehow, he didn't believe that this had all occurred in the 6 years it had sat vacant. His grandfather had been getting on in the years before he had finally died. It wasn't too difficult to imagine that the man had been unable to do much to keep the place up and running. Dean wished to himself that his grandfather had said something before he passed, though he didn't know what he would have been able to do back then. Anything would have been better than letting the old man live out his last days with the place falling apart around him. "It certainly has," he murmured finally, in tardy response. Davis had patiently waited as his client had taken it all in. Dean could only attempt a half-hearted smile when the man patted his shoulder. He had been ready for the place to require some work, but the reality was more than he was prepared for. "It will take a great deal of work and care," Davis said. "Now I do, however, know a few local people who would be glad to help if you wish. Considering your grandfather's standing in the community, they won't charge you too much. He was well loved, and many of us would like to see the old place up and running again." Dean could only nod in response, unable to find the words to agree. Time spent on the farm with his grandfather when he was growing up had guaranteed he wasn't averse or unaware of the work that would be required. Even with all he had learned, he wasn't confident that he would be able to repair the place properly. He was no carpenter, even with the skills he had picked up over the years. The smaller repairs, the aesthetic changes, he could handle on his own, with time. Certainly, he could do that much on his own. Everything else would require someone with more experience and knowledge. "I'll be sure to get you that information then," Davis said after a moment, with one last pat on the back and another sympathetic look before walking back to his car. He drove away, leaving Dean alone. He couldn't say how long he stood there holding the cat carrier, staring at the worn porch and the equally worn front door before finally moving inside. The steps creaked dangerously under his feet as he walked to the door. The door squealed loudly as he pushed it open, appearing as dilapidated as everything else so far. Light from the afternoon sun streamed into the dusty entry hall. Relief flooded over him as he glanced around. Whatever the state of the outside of the house, the interior had fared considerably better. Dirt and dust lay on every surface as Dean pushed further into the house, yet everything still stood and stood strong. The old tables and chairs rested under a blanket of dust, as did the light fixtures that hung from above. He tested each as he walked from room to room. Davis had said that they had checked everything over to make sure it was all functioning and safe, but he had to see it for himself. "We're home, Nix," he told the cat, setting the carrier down in the hallway. The multicolored cat made her own break for freedom the moment he opened the carrier door. He was sure she would sulk for days after being stuck in the truck for hours at a time. Jax he could hear still happily bounding around outside. Never had the dog known such space to run to his heart's content. Dean had always been good about making sure he was well exercised, but he knew this was a world of difference. Jax was definitely more pleased with things than Nick's appeared to be. Dean stood in the hallway, taking in the faded wallpaper, the dusty fireplace in the living room, and the electric wall torches. Even beneath the layers of dirt and dust, he could easily recognize the house he remembered from his childhood. Curtains would have to be replaced, and he would most likely have to get rid of the old wallpaper, despite his nostalgic fondness of it. The railing on the stairs leading up to the next floor may need to be replaced, or at least reinforced. Davis had warned him that the kitchen appliances would need to be replaced, and he already had those on order. The stairs creaked a bit as he climbed slowly to the second story. The upper hallway ran either way on both sides of the stairs. To his left, there was the bedroom that had once been his mother's, then the guest room, and the bath he used on his visits. There was nothing in the guest room save for the bed, the frame of which stood strong. He would have to make sure the pictures and small items that had once adorned the room were recovered from storage and put back up in their rightful places. From the handmade dream catcher that had hung over his bed to the deep-colored paintings that depicted some of the strangest settings, Dean had taken comfort in the pieces of his family history. He would lie in bed, stroking the leather strings and beads of the dream catcher, studying each painting before falling asleep. The shadow-faced man who walked, rather than fought, with wolves. A group of strangely dressed men, dancing around a fire that blazed in the circle they formed. All of these things he would have to bring back where he could see them again. Each item held memories he wished to keep hold of. The other end of the hallway held his grandfather's rooms. His grandmother had died shortly after Dean was born, so he couldn't remember anyone living here save the old man. The first door was his grandfather's office. The old desk and thick bookcases still stood, immune to the ravages of time. They were as empty as the rest of the house, and he idly wondered what had happened to all the old papers and ledgers. His grandfather's bedroom was the next door down the hall. As much as he felt the hum of nostalgia for his old room, he knew that this would be his room now. The temptation to keep it as a shrine was strong, yet his grandfather had passed the whole of this place on to him, in letter and spirit. It was the largest bedroom by far, the room meant for the owner of the home, and all that lay beyond it. He was troubled more than he liked by the idea of claiming it as his own, yet he knew full well what the old man would say at the thought. "You're the man of this house now. You can't take care of it right if you don't make it yours, Dean," he recited to the empty room, and his voice booming in his best impersonation of the booming voice he remembered so well. Yes, that sounded about right. The back of his eyes suddenly stung as he smiled, knowing that the man would have lectured him endlessly about the responsibility he had to the place, and to the history that lay on this land. "I'll try my best, Grandpa," he murmured to the empty room, running his fingers along the bedpost. "You can be sure of that." Chapter 2. No matter how hard he had worked on this farm when he was younger, he had never known anything approaching this level of exhaustion. It was difficult to believe that only a few short days had passed since his arrival back on the farm. The non-stop flurry of activity from the first day propelled him forward to this moment when he found himself having a small break on the couch. The new appliances had been installed, turning the kitchen into a strange mix of both old and new. New appliances gleamed among the antique wood cabinets and trim that was probably older than his parents would have been. His own furniture had been added to that of the house as well, though he'd kept his grandfather's large old dining set. As nice as his own set had been, nothing could beat a hand-carved solid redwood table and matching chairs. He wasn't quite sure where his grandfather had managed to get enough redwood lumber to make the set, but it was beautiful, and he wasn't getting rid of it. Other than lugging his furniture and appliances, as well as bringing in box after box of his things, most of his efforts had been on cleaning. He was glad he'd had the foresight to buy cleaning supplies in bulk before he'd ever arrived at the property. The first couple of days, he had scoured the place as clean as he could get it. Now, with every speck of dirt swept away, there was not a dust bunny in sight. The light fixtures gleamed, and the freshly polished floors glowed in the late afternoon light. The various things of his grandfather's that had once decked the halls and floors of this place had been removed from storage and delivered to the farm. Dean was still in the process of putting them back and even rearranging them a bit. He'd spent most of the day putting things out on show, both his and his grandfather's. As he worked, he slowly brought things back into the light and gradually filled the house. Despite his initial reticence at the prospect of taking over the house, he had taken to it with great vigor. Thinking of what his grandfather would have wanted had been a great motivator. Now he felt a great sense of freedom in bringing life back to the old place. He could almost feel the old man over his shoulder at times, watching with approval. Nearly every generation of the family had made their own adjustments to the place, the house and property changing with each warden of the homestead. Now it was his turn, and there was a great sense of empowerment and responsibility in doing so. Empowerment was exhausting. Part of the reason he had been so intent on getting the house set up and comfortable had been the season. With winter finally breaking, the planting season was coming up, and quickly. Once he had the house going, he would have to move fast into the fields to see what he could do with them. Nothing had made him more thankful for his lifelong obsession with agriculture and his own grandfather's teaching than the knowledge he was going to have to face that task, and soon. The costs were racking up quickly, and the equipment needed to get started wasn't going to be cheap. Then would come the animals that he would have to buy and care for as well. The farm was by no means large, but it could certainly sustain whatever family was living on it. Being by himself, he was pretty sure he could manage to live comfortably enough. He already had enough money to get whatever else the farm needed, thanks to his saving habits. He had a good chance of making it when he had to tide himself over in the winters. Plus, he wasn't completely alone. Deliveries had been fairly consistent, and the workers coming in and out of the house to check over the new furnace and appliances had hung around for a while. Then there were the neighbors and others who had taken to stopping by as well. Davis had warned him that they probably would after all, so he hadn't been surprised when the first one had shown up on his doorstep. Mrs. Williams was one of the people he remembered quite well from his childhood. Despite his time away, she hadn't seemed to age very much. Her thick white hair only served to enhance the brightness of her blue eyes as she stood in his front porch. She had praised his return, praised the work he had already completed, praised how handsome he had gotten, and praised just about everything else under the sun. She had also made sure to drop off plenty of food, which now occupied his fridge. He was pretty sure there was enough cobbler and casserole in there to feed a family of 12 for a month. She had finally left with a promise to visit him again, saying, "I can see you're busy. Your grandpa must be smiling down on you from up above. It's so good to see you, Dean." Mr. Williams had shown up a few hours later. He was considerably less effusive with his praise than his wife, but was grateful for the work Dean was doing. He had quietly strolled around the property after that, and then left with a friendly wave and an invitation to come for dinner at any time. Their neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Summers, had shown up another few hours afterward, bringing their own chatter and praise, as well as even more food. They hadn't stayed very long either, proclaiming they didn't want to be underfoot. With another invitation for dinner, they waved themselves off and left. Visitors after that had typically been people who stopped by for a quick hello and a bit of thanks to Dean for coming back. It seemed there had been more love for this place and his grandfather than he had ever realized. Some of them simply stopped at the gate and waved, watching the activity for a little while before passing on. Eventually, he would have to contend with all of these people again, to see familiar faces and perhaps others that he didn't remember very well from his childhood. The sense of thanks and community, however, had warmed him. It also added to his exhaustion, making him even more thankful for the spare moment of peace he currently enjoyed. His break on the couch was the first real moment of quiet that he had allowed himself in the house, at least during the daylight hours. Though the day was warmer than days had recently been, it still wasn't quite warm enough to sit out on the porch and enjoy the afternoon. Instead, he sat, well sprawled really, on his couch. Nix had decided to venture around now that everyone was gone. So, content with his glass of lemonade, another gift from a well-wisher, Dean watched the spry cat explore the room. It was her home as well, and now with the strangers gone, she could have the run of the place for a little while, which was only fair. Jax had run himself ragged and was slumped on a nearby plush chair, snoring heavily. The soothing snores from the dog were broken by a firm knock on the door. They all jumped at the sudden intrusion in their quiet moment, Jax leaping off to the door with a series of happy barks. Dean was a little slower and considerably more graceful about getting off the couch. He repressed a sigh, dreading another well-wisher with even more food that he wouldn't be able to put a dent in. He was thankful for all the company, to be sure, but he would have appreciated a little longer than just a few sparse moments of peace and quiet. Such moments would be few and far between while he worked to get the place up and running. "One moment," he called, as he shut Jax into the dining room. The last thing he needed was for the excited dog to take out some poor, good-hearted old lady with a casserole dish. Whatever breeds had been mixed with the boxer had not added any real grace or sense of dignity to his behavior. What greeted him this time, however, was not another neighbor. The man at the door was a good bit taller than him, which didn't mean much when you were Dean's modest height. He was well built, shoulders squared and arms muscled. The man's well-tanned skin made the shifting hazel eyes seem brighter, and his head was topped by a wild tangle of light brown hair. Dean caught the scent of sawdust and earth, almost like cologne. "Hi?" Dean stammered as the man grinned a greeting. Dean was flustered. What in all hell was wrong with him? The guy was, well, he was definitely hot. It was only then that he noticed the small chest full of tools in the man's hand and realized he was probably a workman sent up here from some half-dozen calls he'd made in the past day. That explained the man's body, too. A body built by labor, and labor alone. "Hey, yeah, you Dean?" The man looked at him quizzically, cocking his head slightly like a large puppy. The smile on his face faltered a little as he took in the smaller man. Dean could see the puzzlement and quickly worked to school his features into something a little less dopey. He was probably gaping like a moron, and the man appeared to be a little too concerned for his taste. "That's me," he said, proud that he kept his heart rolling in his gut from flushing across his face. "I'm Mikhail Reed," the man said. Dean found himself liking the name immediately and watched the man's mouth as he pronounced the syllables carefully. Mikhail. Spoken in such a way that suggested he was used to other people mispronouncing it. Dean would even bet on the fact that it was a holdover from his childhood, having to contend with people butchering the pronunciation. "Nice to meet you, Mikhail." He was careful to pronounce the name as correctly and smoothly as he could, while offering his hand. From the man's return smile and the vigorous way he shook Dean's hand, he was pretty sure he'd gotten it right. "What can I do for you?" Mikhail laughed. "Sorry, my head must be somewhere else. I'm the carpenter you asked for." "Oh, I was expecting," he trailed off, realizing what he was going to say might have been a little offensive. "Someone older?" Mikhail grinned, seeming not at all bothered by the idea. "A little, yeah," he admitted sheepishly. "Don't worry. Been building stuff since I could hold a hammer. Old man Wright wouldn't have sent me out here if he didn't think I could hack it." Dean smiled, a little shyer than the other man. "Sorry, didn't mean to doubt you. You just seem a little young for someone who's supposed to know his way around a hammer and nails, I guess." "Pfft, I'm 25, the man snorted. "More than long enough to be way past an apprentice by big city rules." The man was much younger than him, it seemed, but then again, he didn't remember him either. He thought he would have recognized most of the people still left in town who would be about his age. 25, huh? Don't remember seeing you much when I was around." "Oh, that's right. Old man Wright said you grew up around here, didn't he?" The man spoke as he moved to eye the porch, poking and knocking at random points. "But yeah, you wouldn't have. I'm from the Grove, so I didn't really see much of the town till later." "Oh," was all Dean could manage. The Grove was just a short way of speaking about what was called the Shadow Grove settlement. He recalled that it was technically a part of their county, but it wasn't considered part of their town, which was a way of marking them as outsiders. Opinions of the place had been relatively split down the middle. Some considered the small settlement, only accessible by a single dirt road that ran through the woods, to be more than a little strange. Even those who didn't mind the settlers from the Grove thought they were a peculiar people. He'd never met anyone from the Grove until now, though only having heard the passing comment or the passing distasteful hiss, depending on the person in question. Not a fan? Mikhail asked, finally eyeing him carefully, as if expecting that Dean might jump him from behind. Dean shrugged, a little uncomfortable now. Can't say. Never really knew anyone from there, honestly. I was mostly here on summers anyway. But Grandpa always said y'all were good people, and I never knew him to be wrong about folks. He said that, huh? My daddy said he was a good man. I never got to meet him myself, though I saw him now and again when I was younger. He was one of the only people who'd come out there. That was news to Dean. He'd never known his grandfather to go to the Grove, and he'd never heard of the neighbors or even his parents ever mention it in front of him. It wasn't exactly the easiest place to get to. Even with it being in the heart of nearby woods, the one path was infamous for slowing down even the most durable of vehicles. The people of the Grove didn't want visitors anyway. Then again, Dean could sympathize. With that kind of reputation the Grove had already, they probably didn't want certain people coming to gawk or stare. Yeah, so it's just the porch and the barn? Mikhail asked, seeming oblivious to Dean being lost in his thoughts. Oh no, there's that, plus a few things that need work. Here, I'll show you. Beginning with the railing for the main stairs, he moved about and showed Mikhail the stairs leading to the basement. He hadn't really fussed with anything down there after the first day when he'd tried to see how the stairs had fared over the years. The cracking sounds that came from the second step had been enough to tell him that perhaps someone more qualified should take a look at it first. Most of the work needing to be done was outside. The fence that ran to all different places on the property would probably need to be redone altogether. The barn needed more than a few things, and like the house, would need the roof patched and redone in places. The other buildings were all in need of varying work. Mikhail took all of this into consideration, stopping to look at each project that Dean showed him. Have a good memory? Dean asked as he watched the man consider the equipment shed carefully. Not once had he seen the man take a single note on any of this. Considering how meticulous he was himself about keeping track of things, he was known for keeping detailed notes and found it strange that the other man was taking none. Nah, just for this sort of thing. If I were taking measurements, I'd jot them down, but I don't need them yet for something like this. Mikhail cocked his head in the endearing way once more. I can get you some good deals on lumber, though, so even with all of this, it shouldn't be too bad. Any place you want me to start? Dean nodded toward the equipment shed immediately. Out there and then the barn, and the porch probably after that. Everything else can wait, really. Nobody but me to worry about, so you can hold off on the railings in the house. The porch, though, I don't want any of my guests falling through my front porch, and it sounds like it's about to give out at any time. Mikhail laughed. Yeah, it's definitely seen some better days. I'll give you that much. We got enough stuff back at the old man's place to get the shed all done up for you. That'll give me time to order the rest of the lumber we'll need, then I can get started on the barn. All in all, you're looking at a few weeks' work. Dean understood that the carpenter was trying to subtly and politely inform him that the cost was going to be significant. Even if it was just the one man, the material costs alone were likely to be a pretty penny. Dean didn't have much choice in the matter, since most of the work he'd needed done was to help get this place back in working order. The rest was simply for the sake of having the proper memory of the place preserved, which he felt was just as important. No worries, Dean said. I have quite a nest egg saved up, so it shouldn't be a problem. Ain't city living pretty expensive? You must have had quite the job before you came out here if you could save up. Dean laughed. Not really. I just didn't do much while I was there. A bit hard to burn through money when you don't really do much with it. I like to think that on some level I was subconsciously saving for that day that, well, when something like this happened. Now I've got the money to be able to bring this old place back to life. The other man whistled. You're either really dedicated to your grandpa or your job was utter hell. That's the only reason I can think of that would make someone want to come out here and work on a farm by themselves. Worse than hell, actually. Insurance. Dean snorted at Mikhail's grimace. Yeah, that's about what I thought too, and then some. I was going to school to do this sort of thing before I had to make the change, though. So it isn't like I hadn't really thought about it before. What made you change your mind? Even after all these years, the question still caused a hollow feeling in Dean's chest. It wasn't nearly as bad as it had once been, time having eased some of the pain. However, he didn't think you really ever moved on from losing family like that. Life got in the way. It has a way of doing that, Dean said. Had to change plans if I wanted to eat, which is kind of ironic when you think about it. Turning away from farming so you can afford to eat? Yeah, a bit ironic. But hey, now you got the place, the money, and the college education. That's something, right? Dean couldn't help smiling a little, not hearing anything mocking in the man's voice about education. Dean wasn't necessarily ashamed of the education he received. He did know how some people could be about that sort of thing when it came to farming, his grandfather included. People tended to regard that way of going about it as almost cheating, faking, or unnecessary, and not nearly as good as living it. Dean was pretty sure the only reason he had been spared condescension so far was because of his grandfather's reputation. That, and those who had greeted him, had been those who'd known him when he was a child. At least they knew he wasn't a stranger to hard work that went into the farm. "I'm still amazed that he left all of this to me," he said. "I'm just trying to do what's right by him and the farm." Mikhail's head cocked again, nodding slowly. "I understand. But don't worry. The whole town is talking about what you're doing. Everyone says that your grandpa would be awfully proud of what you're doing here. I can't argue with it. And hey, it's given me work, too." Dean chuckled, warming up to the man even more. "I appreciate that, and I hope it's true." A crash broke the moment, causing both their heads to snap up at a sudden movement. Jack stood in the dining room window, faintly wiggling as he gazed at them with longing. Dean sighed. "Meet my little ox." "Aw, he's sweet. Hey, buddy." Mikhail waved at the dog, who wriggled even more fiercely in the window and barked. "All right, I should probably get moving. I'll be back tomorrow and get started on the shed first thing in the morning." Dean shook the man's hand, liking the warmth and strength of his grip. It was only polite to casually watch as the man walked back to his truck. Now, there was a man who knew how to fill out a pair of slightly dirty jeans just right. Making sure he wasn't caught ogling, Dean turned back toward the house. He could only sigh to himself. Only a day, and he was already admiring the assets of the very nice and most likely straight carpenter sent to work on his property. Maybe he should have tried to have a little bit of fun before leaving the city. Out here, it would be harder to scratch that itch, especially with all he had to get done. Well, it had never been much of a priority before, and he wasn't about to make it one now. Mikhail honked and waved as he turned around and drove down the path to get onto the road. Dean waved before walking into the house. Mikhail had been the first person he'd met who had been his age and was a face he hadn't recognized from his youth. Then again, the heater guy probably fit that bill as well, but Dean couldn't even remember his name. It seemed almost a nice sign to find something new among the familiar. Chapter 3. In many ways, he was quite happy he had chosen to do this work before spring had come into full swing. The temperature swung wildly, back and forth depending on the day. At least it had stayed warm long enough for the ground to thaw so he would be able to work the fields. It had also been cool enough that he was able to labor through the day without feeling like he was going to drop. The work of cleaning the house was done, and the unpacking was coming along at a decent pace. However, he would have to start work on the rest of the property if he wanted to have anything growing and useful by the end of the season. That began with ordering seeds and fertilizer. Again, he had found himself indebted to Davis. The lawyer had managed to get him a list and a good deal before he'd even finished breakfast that same morning of the call. The order would arrive in several days, time enough for him to clear out the fields. That was easier said than done. The rich earth that had been tilled dutifully every year was buried beneath a sea of wild grass and other assorted weeds. The first day Mikhail came to work on the property was the day Dean devoted to getting the fields back from the weeds. Mikhail showed up first thing in the morning as planned, with a wide grin for Dean when he spotted him. "Good morning," Carpenter said. He hadn't been awake long. He did have coffee, however, which he needed before doing much of anything in the morning. Managing a weak smile, he greeted Mikhail and told him to help himself to anything in the kitchen. Got more than you know what to do with, eh? Mikhail grinned knowingly, shading his eyes against the rising sun. He'd eyed Dean. You all right? Dean snorted. Yeah, just never been very good at being a morning person. I'd offer you coffee, but you don't look like you need it. Nah, don't need it much, but I like it now and again. Well, feel free to help yourself to it, and yeah, there's more food there than I'm going to be able to eat in the next month, so you can help yourself to that too. Wait until you start working out in the fields. You'll eat more than you think you will. By the end of the week, you'll be eating like you were 14 again. Trust me. Mikhail laughed, patting Dean's shoulder and turning back to the truck to get his equipment. Dean warmed slightly at the touch. Mikhail getting more than a handful of words out of him this early in the morning was a feat in and of itself. Dean dragged himself out into the fields to begin his own work. Even with access to his grandfather's more modern equipment, Dean spent most of the first day clearing a portion of the vegetation. He needed the wild grass trimmed down enough that when he did eventually till the ground, he wouldn't risk tangling the equipment up with the skein of grass. Fortunately, he had gotten to it before the warming air could cause a growth spurt. Although the equipment made more than enough noise to block out nearly anything else, he could still see the other worker now and again. The sound of hammering rang in the air, and just for a moment, Dean thought he'd heard singing as well. The two of them worked through the afternoon before Mikhail's call alerted him to the time. Mikhail hadn't taken him up on his offer of coffee that day, but he willingly took the offer of food. Apparently, the casseroles and pies that stuffed Dean's fridge were far more appetizing than whatever the man had brought with him. Somewhat shockingly, Mikhail had already helped himself to an entire casserole dish before Dean joined him for another one. Later, the two of them quietly enjoyed some apple pie in the warming afternoon sun as well. Already, Dean was feeling the effects of clearing the fields, knowing that by the end of the week it would be a miracle if he could move his body at all. So what brought you out here? Mikhail asked as they finished their slices of pie. I mean, besides the farm, what made you want to drop everything and come and take it over? Dean shrugged and was slow to answer. I guess it was just time for a change. Like I told you, I always wanted to do this, even as a kid. I guess when I saw the opportunity, I couldn't pass it up. It seemed like the right choice at the time. Must be one hell of a passion for you to drop all that city life in exchange for living here, leaving your life behind like that. Everyone you ever really knew, all to come slave away in the dirt and mud. Felt right. Wasn't really leaving anyone behind either, so there wasn't much holding me back, other than just taking the risk. You didn't have any friends or family? Dean's gaze shifted away from Mikhail to watch Jax instead. The dog had woken from his afternoon nap and was occupying himself by attempting to catch every creature that came within range. Dean highly doubted the dog was going to eat anything, since the dopey animal barked as loudly and happily as he could when he spotted something. Everything was well warned of Jack's approach before he could even think about charging after it. The only family I ever had was my parents and my grandpa, Dean said. My mom and dad died about a year before Grandpa. Didn't have anyone else but them, really. Never really had friends either, honestly. Had some before that, but it just never really worked out, I guess. I've never been particularly social. He sounded almost casual, as if he didn't know the exact date of each death, or as if he hadn't cared for a relationship. To Mikhail's credit, at least in Dean's mind, the man looked neither uncomfortable nor pitying. Dean was thankful that he hadn't even brought up sympathy for the loss. The one thing that Dean had quickly grown tired of were the condolences. That and the people who seemed compelled to keep him company when he kept to himself so much afterwards. He found the idea of having friends who were there only because they pitied him left a bad taste in his mouth. Nobody special? Mikhail asked, the casual curiosity still in his voice. Dean had to laugh at that. No. Nobody special. Wasn't really the dating type either. Never got lonely? Dean raised an eyebrow. Are you asking what I think you're asking? It was Mikhail's turn to laugh. Maybe a little. But I meant actually lonely, not go out and get laid lonely. I guess. You get so used to being by yourself and doing your own thing for so long, it just becomes normal. Sometimes I missed having other people around, but I think my job had me spending more time dealing with people than I liked. Besides, I have these crazy guys to look after. Dean nodded towards Jax, darting across the yard, and to Nix, who had quietly emerged from somewhere in the house and had found a perch on the windowsill. Mikhail grinned, and Dean could hear the laughter in his voice. Okay. And the other lonely? Dean rolled his eyes, trying to ignore the man's poking. That's what bar visits were for. Huh. Maybe you have a better grasp on living than most people. Mikhail laughed a little more, but still sounded serious when he said it. He got up after that, saying he needed to get back to work. Dean watched him walk the path back to the equipment shed, realizing he had never really gotten the chance to ask Mikhail much of anything. It was only later when he realized Mikhail had asked if Dean had anybody special. Not girlfriend or wife, but someone special. Had Mikhail known somehow? His grandfather had known about Dean's sexual and romantic inclination, of course. His grandfather had been the first person he'd told. The old man was certainly the salt-of-the-earth type, traditional and old-world in so many ways. Yet, when the young Dean had come to him, trembling all over, and told the man this much-dreaded secret, his reaction had been to wrap the teenager up in a hug. Dean never quite knew how his grandfather thought about all of it, except that he'd been adamant that Dean was who he was and that his grandfather loved him and wanted him happy. That revelation had been one of the last summers he'd spent there, and he hadn't told anyone else in the area. He knew his grandfather would not have passed that little tidbit on to anyone else. As far as his grandfather was concerned, it was no one's business but Dean's. Since Dean was more often mistaken for straight, he wondered if Mikhail was simply just being polite for the sake of being polite. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to think that some of the neutral, politically correct nature of social circles in the more urban areas these days may have leaked into the country. Mikhail was certainly of the age that he might have picked some of that up. He was overthinking things again. What Mikhail had said could have been an indicator that the man knew or suspected, or it might have simply been a turn of phrase and he had meant nothing by it at all. Dean wouldn't deny that a part of him wondered if it meant that maybe he wasn't alone out here. After all, it wasn't as if gay people weren't born and raised out in the middle of nowhere, too. But he doubted his chances of finding someone like that out here, especially someone who looked as good as Mikhail. He'd shaken the thoughts from his head finally as he dove back into his work. The mindless but intensive labor had been enough to clear his head, and by the time he had finished his work, the sun was beginning to set on the horizon. When he dragged himself back toward the house, he found Mikhail loading up his tools. Dean hadn't even thought to notice how much progress had been made on the shed as he went by, and there was no way he was going to go stomping back to find out either. Mikhail had been right about the day's work exhausting him. Nothing sounded better at the moment than collapsing on his bed. "Looks like you need to crack open a cold one," Mikhail noted, amused. Dean managed to crack a weary smile. "Ugh, I wish. Didn't get the chance to get any before my fridge got stuffed to the gills with all that food. Gonna have to eat out some space first." Mikhail seemed almost horrified. "You don't have any beer?" Dean laughed. "Nope. Wasn't high on my list of priorities at the time." "Sheesh. Don't you know how it works? Coffee in the morning, lemonade or tea in the afternoon, and a beer to watch the sun set. Trust me, nothing is better after a long, hard day than to sit and watch the sun setting with a beer in your hand." "I'll keep that in mind," Dean said, thinking he might have to try that one day, if only to find out what all the hype was about. "Good. You do that." Mikhail jumped into his truck. Dean had stood there for a moment, returning his wave before retreating into the house. He found that once he was back in the house, hunger overwhelmed his desire to lie down. Dean soon found himself thankful that his fridge was stuffed with food as he heated himself up a full meal. Mikhail hadn't been wrong when he talked about his appetite after a long day of work. Dean had inhaled the food as if he'd been dying of hunger, then retired to the living room. It was a short evening, and he barely managed to pull a few more things out of boxes. It was neat to see what he would find, then decide where each item would go. There were strange pieces of a wood sculpture that wasn't familiar to him, and a necklace made entirely of silver. The pendant on it was small, and it took Dean a moment to realize what was carved on it. In the circle of silver lay etched an old-world depiction of a wolf, its features harsher and more demonic than he would have expected. He recognized it, however. It was the necklace he had seen now and again on his grandfather. After setting aside the items, only a stubborn force of will kept him going for a couple more hours before he decided to give up the fight. He, along with Jax and Nix, all retreated upstairs to his bedroom. It was customary for him to read for a while before he went to sleep. Both dog and cat would curl up on the bed with him while he relaxed. However, tonight he found that after only a few minutes of reading, he could barely keep his eyes open. Giving up the struggle, he rolled over and went to sleep almost instantly. His dreams that night had been peculiar and a little unnerving. When he had awoken the next morning, all he could remember was the sensation of walking on all fours through the moonlit forest. It had been odd but easy to shake off as he padded down into the kitchen to make himself a much-needed pot of coffee. His body had the aches he had been expecting, and it was only going to get worse. As much as he was tempted to spend the day relaxing and letting his body recover a bit, there wasn't time for that. Mikhail showed up right around the same time as the day before, this time accepting the coffee Dean offered him. There wasn't much chatting that morning, for which Dean was thankful. It was easy to say that all the time he had spent alone had caused his morning routine to become more fixed. Yet he also knew that even as a kid he had been terrible about waking up in the morning. It wasn't that he was necessarily a night owl either, though he could stay up late if need be. Mornings had always been a slow push to wakefulness, no matter how much he had tried to change. The next bit of work he had to deal with was removing the rocks from the long stretches of now-trimmed fields. He wasn't going to till the land with the large rocks still on the ground. He might have had plenty of money to get himself started out on the farm, but he wasn't exactly eager to spend it to replace any large equipment. He already knew that he was leaning heavily on his savings, with all that was ahead of him. Removing the rocks had taken the better part of the day, then dragged on well into the next day before he was finally satisfied that he wouldn't break anything when he tilled the field. He also had himself a nice big pile of rocks that he wasn't quite sure what to do with. He was thankful that his grandfather hadn't been so old-fashioned as to require a horse for the tilling. The tractor worked just fine for it, and it proved a far less strenuous task than the previous few days of manual labor had been. The monotony was less enjoyable, however. After a couple of passes learning how to maneuver the machinery, Dean could switch to autopilot. The only thing he could do was to watch Mikhail's progress as he worked his way through the various repairs on the property. The system for watering the fields had to be set up next. It was far easier said than done, however. Mikhail had even paused in his own work long enough to come over and chuckle at Dean's frustration before helping him. Dean had grumbled and griped, but he allowed it. At least with Mikhail's help he was able to get the system going just before the sky darkened. By the time his order of seeds had shown up, Dean had been a bit surprised to find that he was ready to use it. Sowing seeds was about as tedious as tilling soil. He was also aware that the entire process would lengthen as time went on. There was still more land than he hadn't touched. Although he had certainly tackled more land than another beginner might have, he was confident that between the education he'd received both at school and from his grandfather, he would be able to handle it. As he gained more experience, he would rework more fields and expand his usable growing land. Dean barely had a chance to feel proud of himself before he spotted Mikhail sitting on the steps of the porch. Mikhail was watching him as he approached, and for a moment, Dean almost felt like a deer. For the briefest of moments, Dean felt the strange sensation that something sharp and deadly was watching his approach. The appearance of the man's sudden grin wiped this strange thought from his mind. McHale then held out a brown glass bottle. "No way," Dean asked, reaching out to take it. "Where'd the beer come from?" "Brought it with me in my cooler. You didn't seem to be getting it, so I figured I should." He lifted a brow and, opening his beer, took a long drink of it. Dean had hesitated before McHale scooted over, making room on the step next to him. Taking the offer, he sat down, opening his own beer. To his surprise, the beer was ice cold and tasted delicious as it slid down his throat. The noise he made may have been nearly pornographic as he took another drink, savoring the taste. "Told you," McHale snickered. "Thank you so much," Dean moaned. He knew that the beer had a tendency to taste good at the most random of times. It occurred to him that the taste had a lot to do with the mood he was in. The sheer satisfaction of a long series of tasks being completed, successfully setting him on his path he had chosen, put him in one of those moods. He looked at the common brand of beer in his hand. "Wow, I'd have sworn this was some special brand." "Nope, that's just a job well done and a sunset to enjoy. You can rest a little now, my friend." McHale grinned at that, saluting Dean with his bottle. "Not for long. Sure, I don't have to fret over the fields too much now, but the rest of this place really needs to be touched up. I eventually have to get around to getting some animals in here too, once those buildings are ready. Then I have to make sure I have everything I need for them while making sure I don't plummet myself into bankruptcy in the process. Hey." McHale motioned to the horizon with his hand holding tight onto his own bottle. "Ignore all that for a minute, and look at this instead." Dean followed the man's motion, obeying his command to basically shut up. The sky seemed to be slowly burning as the sun set behind the horizon. Red, orange, and yellow, each of different intensity and hues that stretched across the sky. The clouds seemed to glow with it, burning along with the rest of the sky. The faint wind rustled the trees, carrying the sounds of the emerging insects and frogs to their ears. It was far more beautiful than he would have given it credit for only a few moments ago. A small sound escaped him as he leaned back against the next step, beer loose in his hand as he sipped at it. Neither of the men spoke as the sun continued its journey out of sight to some other part of the planet. Nothing broke the moment as the sky began to darken, the fiery appearance fading away. The purple of twilight began to take over, and it would be a little while before the blackness of pure night sank in. Nighttime here was, well, quite dark. If you didn't have a light handy when you were outside, you couldn't see much of anything. Dean looked slowly over at McHale as the last of the light dwindled from the sky. He was a little startled to find the man already looking at him, and it seemed like maybe he had been for a while. Dean blinked slowly, forgetting what he was about to say. The low light left behind in the setting sun cast shadows over McHale's face, making it seem almost menacing. It didn't detract from his beauty, though. That ominous edge enhanced it somehow. He couldn't tell if the moment had stretched on for as long as it seemed. He sensed something emanating from Michael, something he could almost put a name to. It could have been the shadows, but Dean could swear there was an intensity to the man's gaze. He would also swear that the man was thinking about closing the distance between them. Dean knew it might have been wishful thinking on his part, that he is seeing what he wanted to see in Michael's face. It didn't make the feeling any less intense. "So?" McHale said, the illusion of danger broken with the flash of a cocky smile. "What did you think?" Dean nodded slowly. "Thank you, McHale. I needed that. I'm getting so caught up in the details of getting everything done that I guess I'm forgetting why I wanted to do this in the first place. Grandpa always said I thought too much. Maybe it's just that you're thinking in the wrong way. Sometimes you just have to let things happen. Go with what is, and let the rest sort itself out." "Not really my expertise," he admitted. Dean had never been very good at giving up control, if he were honest with himself. Even before everything had gone to hell and he'd had to change his whole life around, he'd always been like that. He was never content to just let things happen. He was always bound and determined to make them happen, and make them happen in just the way he wanted them to. If he couldn't force things to go his own way, he at least tried to figure out what was going to happen beforehand so he could prepare. He would take something and turn it in every direction and dissect it carefully, if a little anxiously, looking at it from every angle. It wasn't the slow, methodical way either. It was done with a hasty anxiety that bordered on a complete freak-out. But he admired Mikhail for his attitude. He might have never been able to pull it off himself, but he could certainly appreciate someone else being able to. He might have envied them a little as well. People like Mikhail always seemed to give off a calm aura. That whatever happens, happens attitude seemed to bring a peace to their lives that was palpable. Even Mikhail couldn't deny it. Yeah, you are a bit antsy, but that's all right though. People like you get stuff done. You're not afraid to stick your neck out. Dunno if I could have done what you did, pack up my life and move it somewhere where everything is going to be completely different. Dean was a little taken aback by the compliment. It's not that big of a deal. Plus, from what I can see, working outside of the Grove isn't exactly normal. I'm betting you took your own risk with that, even if it's just because of how the town people can be about all of you. That seemed to leave the other man thinking for a moment. The encroaching darkness made his facial expressions hard to read. Dean was a little afraid that he'd said something wrong. Huh, guess you have a point there, Mikhail replied finally. His tone was off, though it still had the playful swagger to it. My one little rebellion. Still doesn't hold a candle to what you did by my thinking, but we can agree to disagree. Dean wanted to ask what the man had meant about a rebellion. Sure, it was probably a big thing to step outside of one's community like that, especially one as insular as the Grove. It was the phrasing of it that had Dean's brow cocking, though Mikhail either didn't notice or chose to ignore it. Before Dean could really ask for clarification, the taller man was pushing himself up from the step with a groan. All right, I should probably head out. I'm not going to be able to get back out here till Monday. Got some family stuff to deal with through the rest of the weekend. Don't worry, I'll be back bright and early Monday morning. Sure, that's fine. I'm going to probably lay off a bit this weekend anyway. Mikhail stood up and headed towards his truck. Good. You deserve it. Maybe take one of your neighbors up on their dinner offers. I hear the people out here make a mean dinner for company. Dean didn't need to be able to see the man to hear the familiar grin on his face. Take it easy, Dean. Good night, Mikhail, he called out. Dean mulled over the conversation as the truck roared to life before pulling out. He had only known the man a handful of days, it was true, yet they had gotten to know each other pretty well in a short amount of time. Mikhail hadn't been adverse to taking a break with Dean now and then just to talk, though only occasionally did they stray near anything personal or serious. All the same, he had learned a little bit about the man, especially where his behavior was concerned. One thing Dean could say about being a loner was that he was good at reading people. He had developed the trait on an intuitive level, and his instincts on people were almost always completely accurate. Mikhail struck him as genuine and trustworthy right from their first conversation, though he could be a little evasive and even secretive. Dean could respect the man's privacy, and he hadn't wanted to pry too much despite his curiosity. Yet, the past couple of days, Mikhail had seemed a little off. There appeared to be more energy rolling off of him than usual. It skewed the laid-back attitude he'd exhibited the first few days. Dean seriously hoped that the family stuff he'd mentioned wasn't the cause, but the energy had seemed almost anxious. Dean wondered if there was perhaps some friction in the family. Knowing he wasn't going to get any answers by obsessing over it, he decided to continue following Mikhail's advice. He leaned back on the top step again, letting his body sink into a relaxed state. Jax joined him, padding out of the darkness to sit next to his best friend. Dean wrapped a companionable arm around the dog, hugging him close. The two of them watched together as, one by one, the stars came to life in the immense black sky. Then they watched the full, bright moon rise up from the horizon before finally returning to the house for some well-earned sleep. Chapter 4. By Sunday, Dean called the Williams house to accept the dinner offer, if it still stood. Mrs. Williams was positively overjoyed at the idea and thanked him for calling early in the day so she would be able to prepare for his visit. He tried to tell her not to put herself to too much trouble on his account, but the older woman promptly told him to never mind and to be there at 5 p.m. sharp. "I know it's a bit late for supper, but that's the way Earl likes it. I hope it isn't a problem," she said, sounding a little worried. Dean thought about all the times he hadn't eaten dinner almost till 10 o'clock or later and chuckled. "No, Mrs. Williams, that sounds perfect. I'll see you at 5 then." He eyed the couch and contemplated lying back down. Ever since Friday, when he had told Mikhail he was going to rest up and take it easy, the couch had become his friend. He really wanted to put something beneath the large window facing out to the front of the house, though. As it was, he had spent a good chunk of time sprawled on the couch facing that same window. It had been rather nice to lay there for a while, book in hand, enjoying the stretch of land and trees whenever he wanted to glance up. Not that there was ever such a thing as a total day off. He had checked on the fields to make sure the watering system was working properly. He still had a house to unpack as well, even though most of the house was all set up and ready for him to use. What remained was mostly dragging out pictures, paintings, and various little things that brought life to the house. Eventually, he would have to set up the other 2 bedrooms. Honestly, he wasn't expecting there to be any company coming that would need to stay in them, but it would help to complete the picture. Going into Sunday, he had allowed himself to sleep an extra hour or so before finally forcing himself from the warm comfort of his bed. In truth, once he was awake and pushing himself to get up and continue his work, he continued to feel that comfort. He still wasn't sure that this change in his life was going to lead him anywhere good, yet he couldn't help but feel in his gut that this was exactly where he belonged. After his call to Mrs. Williams, he successfully fought the urge to fall back onto the couch, choosing instead to address the stack of boxes nearby. It had been a bit tricky to take the things from his boxes and from those containing his grandfather's things to create a cohesive collection in the house. Old and new could clash, and he was trying to put a stamp on the house that spoke both of its history and of its new owner. He was entertaining himself by trying to bring the 2 together in a way that made sense, making quiet jokes at his own expense regarding the makeover he was trying to give the place. The relaxing day smoothly passed for him, though he remained aware of the time as it passed. Eventually it came time to jump in the shower and change into presentable clothing. Once upon a time, he had preferred to have his showers in the morning to help him wake up. Since he had come to the farm, that had changed. He couldn't very well sleep in his bed covered in sweat and grime of the day. A good 15 minutes before 5 o'clock, Dean stood on the Williams porch knocking on the door. Mrs. Williams quickly let him in, immediately making a fuss over him. He hadn't been in the house too often when he was younger. His childhood in the area had been spent mostly outside, yet it didn't seem that much different from what he could faintly remember. In truth, it was what people would expect a farmhouse to look like inside, old-fashioned but cozy. It was certainly comfortable, and he hoped that when he was done settling in completely, his house would make people feel the same way that he did right now. A cup of coffee was quickly placed in his hand, and Mrs. Williams told him to sit and make himself at home. He was all but shoved into a plush armchair that threatened to swallow him whole as he sank down into it. Smiling brightly, the older woman disappeared, saying that she was off to fetch her husband. It was only a moment later that he heard the woman yelling out the back door for Mr. Williams, and Dean could only chuckle as he heard them bickering back and forth. More accurately, he could hear Mrs. Williams bickering at her husband, while Mr. Williams was a faint but deep voice in the distance that Dean couldn't understand clearly. Even as a kid, he remembered these 2 had been like that. It had seemed unnerving at first. That type of banter had never been the communication style of his parents, and he had thought Mr. and Mrs. Williams were really arguing when they did it. It wasn't till he was a bit older, and with his grandfather's explanation, that he realized the arguing was simply a way the Williams showed each other affection. If you watched carefully and glanced at them just right, you might see the humor sparkling in their eyes when they were grousing at one another. Once you understood, it was nearly impossible to miss the shared warmth between them, which was something that he envied a little and appreciated. Oh, that man, she had huffed as she walked back into the room with a plate of cookies that she set down for Dean before disappearing back into the kitchen. As much as he wished that she wouldn't go to so much trouble on his account, he wasn't going to say no to her cookies. They were still warm, probably taken from the oven only moments before he arrived. Without any hesitation, he dove toward the treats, snatching one up. Biting into the cookie, he was reminded of the reason he had been obsessed with them when he was younger. A smile crossed his face as he heard Mr. Williams come into the house through the back door. The sounds of Mrs. Williams fussing around in the kitchen now melded with the sound of their low conversation. They were still bickering a little, still with a tone of playfulness between them. By the time Mr. Williams had finished cleaning up for dinner, Dean was summoned into the dining room. The large table was heartily stocked with a myriad of foods spread from one end to the other. Dean was impressed, and perhaps a little embarrassed, at the vast array of food that lay before him as he took his seat that Mrs. Williams offered him. She really hadn't needed to go to all that trouble on his account. The large chicken alone would have sufficed, let alone everything else. Mashed potatoes with steaming puddles of butter, a large green bean casserole that he was pretty sure had no ingredients from a can or a box. Homemade biscuits were piled up next to a bowl of corn that he really hoped hadn't been shucked and shaved by hand. Everything here had either been grown on the property and preserved or grown nearby. Even the jam, butter, and milk came from this farm. Save for the salt, this was about as close to the food going from farm to table as one could get. The thought brought a small chuckle from him, drawing a questioning glance from his hosts as they situated themselves at the table. He waved it off with a smile, letting them chalk it up to whatever they thought. He really didn't want to get into the whole obsession some city people had about farm to table. Those same people also had no real idea if their food truly came from anywhere nearby. This would have been absolute heaven to them in many ways, yet without their locally grown organic Kiona, they would have been absolutely miserable. Clamping down on his reaction, he bowed his head, knowing that Grace was coming up next. It had been years since he'd done any such thing himself. His faith had been private, as it had been with his family when he was young. Yet it had waned to almost nothing over the years, evaporating almost completely after the compounded loss he had endured. He had been assured by others that this was normal, and that in time his faith would return, but it hadn't. Not that Mr. and Mrs. Williams needed to know that. It was a piece of his private world that they needn't be bothered with. It was enough that he even remembered the old prayer his grandfather had spoken at the table before a meal, reciting it perfectly over dinner now. Bless this, the bounty of the earth that we are granted. Bless this land that provides for us all. Bless our loved ones who bear us through the hard times. Bless our lives with plenty of love, as it is above, so it is below. Thanks to the Almighty. Amen. His hosts both followed up with an amen of their own before moving to dole out the food. Dean hadn't missed the curious glance that Mrs. William had shot his way when he had finished. He had always thought it was a strange little prayer, but had never thought to question it. Grandpa had always said it was an old prayer that had grown from the words the original people of this land had spoken. After settlers had moved in and merged their blood with the original people, the prayer had been diluted and altered over time. He supposed that made sense. The prayer didn't sound totally Christian after all, but he supposed it did the job. They dug into the meal with gusto after that, with sparse conversation at first. In the short amount of time since he had returned, he had been working so hard, his appetite had grown considerably. Even when he had been working out at the gym near his apartment regularly, he hadn't been this hungry. Now it seemed like he couldn't get enough food most of the time. Even at breakfast, which was normally the time he ate the least, he was consuming more food than he ever had before. The meal was very good, so that probably had a lot to do with it. Mrs. Williams was a whiz in the kitchen as far as he could tell. Her skills weren't only in baking cookies and pies. Everything presented had been fresh and delicious. Despite how much he was enjoying the dinner itself, he was definitely looking forward to dessert. Though her culinary talent spanned quite a range, they were at very best when desserts were concerned. After the food had set in a little, they began to talk over their meal. Mr. and Mrs. Williams were curious to learn about everything he had been up to in the last several years. Except for the quick trip for his grandfather's funeral, they hadn't seen him since he was a teenager, and there was plenty about his life after that to tell. While he wasn't normally one for sharing much about his life, he couldn't begrudge them. Well, Mrs. Williams actually, he couldn't begrudge her. It was normal for them to wonder what he had been up to since then. He explained a little of what he'd studied and briefly touched on why he had made the change after his parents had died. Mrs. Williams had nodded solemnly at that, reaching across the table to take his hand at the mention of his parents. He smiled at the gesture, but continued with the rest of the explanation. Not for the first time in his life, he found himself glossing over the details of his life to someone else. Namely, he didn't share that he really hadn't been that much of a social person, especially in his working years. He thought it amusing that he kept that, along with his awful love life, from other people, and yet he had shared it so readily with Mikhail. Then again, he was also holding back the fact that his love life had consisted of absolutely no women. 0. That detail he hadn't told anyone, including Mikhail. "Well, I for one am happy as can be that you're back here and bringing the old place back up to scratch," Mrs. Williams said, spooning another heaping serving of green bean casserole onto his plate. "It'll be a blessing to see everything all fixed up and clean again." "Well, it's almost clean," Dean said, "but I've gotten some help in the fixing things. Never been really good at carpentry." Mr. Williams looked up from his plate. "I heard that Clint had sent someone over to work on the place. Didn't pay much attention to who, though. The man don't keep anyone who don't know what they're doing." "Yeah, Mikhail seems to know exactly what he's doing." "Mikhail? That the one from the Grove?" That caught his wife's attention, her eyes casting between her husband and Dean. Dean answered cautiously. "Yeah, he said something about that before." "I never met the man," Mr. Williams admitted. "Heard he's a hard worker, though." "Hasn't slacked yet," Dean replied with a smile. He couldn't even picture Mikhail slacking in the slightest. The man was hard-working and driven from what he could tell. He certainly knew when to take a break, but he wasn't the type to lie around any longer than necessary. Dean thought in the short time that he had known the man that he was likely the type to both work hard and play hard. "Asking for trouble having him over there, if you ask me," Mrs. Williams said. Dean was a little startled to hear the distaste in her voice that bordered on disgust. The woman's pleasant face had a shadow cast over it as she looked from her husband over to Dean. He was surprised that Mrs. Williams, of all people, was one of those people who disliked people from the Grove so intensely. Why? He hasn't done anything wrong." "He might be all right, at least at first. Would have to be if Clint was willing to take him on. But you listen to me, Dean Matthews. There ain't no one came from the Grove who wasn't trouble at some point," she huffed slightly, pushing her food around with her fork, almost glowering down at the plate. I don't understand. What is so bad about the people from the Grove? They're just another group of people from around here, aren't they?" In all honesty, he really didn't understand it. He had chalked it up to simple dislike of those that were different from a larger group. That sort of attitude was uncomfortably common in small rural areas like this, and was one of the biggest reasons he's kept his business to himself and planned to continue that way. "They just aren't right. Never have been, even in my grandmother's time. They've been living out in the woods forever. They don't like other people going back there either. Your grandpa might have been able to go out there and be all right, but weird things happen back there. You listen long enough, and you don't wonder if there ain't something unnatural going on there. Matter of fact, I'm sure of it. Ain't no one who come out of there who hasn't been a bit queer, Dean. They're an odd bunch, and they're always bringing trouble to this town." "I don't think Mikhail is like that at all," Dean said, trying to sound firm in what he said, a little put off by her vehemence. "He couldn't be too bad if someone from town was willing to hire him, right?" "Clint is a good man, and he's got a good feel for how hard someone is willing to work." While it seemed like it was in agreement, Dean could hear in her voice it was anything but. "But Clint, he ain't the best at figuring anything else about people. If he was, he wouldn't have no one from that place working for him." "Mikhail hasn't done anything wrong. Not to me. He seems like a good man," Dean protested, feeling a bit defensive on the man's behalf. "He works hard, he knows what he's doing, and he feels like good people to me." "Seems like Clint ain't the only one who ain't the best at judging people. Now it sounds like you're befriending this man, Dean." Her eyes were now trying to drill through Dean's own. Her gaze was piercing and filled with judgment. He was torn between being annoyed at the sudden accusation that shouldn't have been made in the first place and feeling uncomfortable under her scrutiny. "Enough, Molly," Mr. Williams said, his own eyes on Dean as well. "He's a grown man, not a boy anymore." Mrs. Williams turned her attention to her husband. "You know full well what I'm talking about, Earl. What we say ain't going to make a bit of difference. We got to let the man do what he's going to do and decide for himself. Now, don't you have a pie you wanted to show off to him?" Mrs. Williams definitely seemed as if she had more to say on the matter. The pause that occurred was most likely her inward battle, and Dean hoped that she would leave well enough alone. He understood that sort of bias was a thing out here and that it could come from the most unexpected sources. But he didn't want to entertain it any longer than he had to. Much as he wanted to pass it off, the idea of queer things happening out here had him wondering. He knew she'd used the word meaning it as odd, and he was wondering just what sort of odd things she'd heard of. However, she seemed to take the hint, though not without another meaningful look in Dean's direction, as she pushed herself up from the table. Mr. Williams sat with him in a shared silence, the sounds of Mrs. Williams moving about in the kitchen as background noise. Dean felt a little awkward in that silence now, even if Mr. Williams had made no attempt to make it tense. He was thankful when Mrs. Williams returned, her normal smile back on her face as she set the chocolate cream pie down before them. Dean's mouth watered as he eyed the dessert. "Oh, Lord, you remembered my favorite, didn't you?" "The woman's got a mind like a steel trap, Dean. You can bet she remembers everything," Mr. Williams said with a slight smirk. That smirk told Dean everything he needed to know about her memory, especially as a spouse. There was no doubt that the woman probably remembered every little thing and had no problem reminding others of those things whenever she felt it necessary. He only hoped he wouldn't have to be on the receiving end of that again. "Hush you," she huffed, swatting at her husband with a towel. "It would be hard to forget such a thing anyway. You might have been a pretty quiet kid, Dean, but there was no hiding your love of this pie, especially since you'd eat it whole if you got the chance." Dean blushed a little at that, much to their amusement. He couldn't argue with her statement. If there was one thing in the world of sweets that he loved above all others, it was chocolate. What this woman could do when she threw it into a pie was irresistible to him. Thankfully, he had become more patient as an adult when it came to waiting for a piece of it, though he wasn't any less greedy about it, happily accepting slice after slice that was offered to him. The rest of the conversation for the night, he noted with relief, was far more relaxed and enjoyable. Little tales about the town were told and various memories were shared. Mrs. Williams' eyes had been teared up at one point when speaking about his grandfather. It always warmed his heart to see how well loved he was by the people who lived here. His grandfather had been a good man, and Dean was glad to be surrounded by the people that had shared his life all these years. Mrs. Williams had attempted to load Dean up with even more food before he went home, right up until her husband said, The man's going to need a suitcase to carry all that, Molly. Might be best to take it over tomorrow. She fussed over Dean as he left until he promised that there was still plenty of food left in his fridge from all the welcome visits he'd received. That seemed to mollify her enough for him to be able to leave without further fretting. He happily received a tight hug from Mrs. Williams and the warm handshake from Mr. Williams, then stepped out into the night air. The night was cool, but alive with the twinkling stars and the heavy full moon. This being the last night to see it so full and bright for another month, Dean was glad to have it while he walked home. Other than that tense moment over McHale, he had thoroughly enjoyed his time catching up with Mr. and Mrs. Williams. If there was one thing he had learned by spending the summers in this place, it was that knowing your neighbors was important. They were frequently the only company you had, especially if you lived and worked alone. The couple had always been wonderful to him as a child, and they seemed intent on being just as great now that he was back. He was happy that they had invited him over and given him the chance to see that once more. He also knew that Mrs. Williams had sincerely meant well with her attempt at warning him. That didn't mean he wasn't still a little annoyed over it, though. McHale, a man he admittedly didn't know all that well, didn't quite seem to fit the bill of what Mrs. Williams had been insinuating. He couldn't be mad at her, though, and was astute enough to realize that there was probably some history there that he knew nothing about. Still, he didn't think it was fair to cast every person from the Grove into the same light either. His grandfather hadn't said much about the Grove, other than the fact that those people were simply different than the rest of us. The old man hadn't counted it as a bad thing, or that it spoke ill of the people who lived there, just that it simply was what it was. Dean could remember hearing his grandfather speak of older ways, and how the people who lived in the Grove held on to them. He never would tell Dean what those ways were, and Dean had gathered that they may not be all that Christian. That was more than enough in an area like this for people to be given a bad name, at least in Dean's experience. Even with these thoughts troubling him, it was easy enough to push them away as he walked down the moonlit road. The air was a bit too cool for him to really take his time with the walk, but he enjoyed it, pulling his jacket around his shoulders. There was a peacefulness here, a tranquility that he had never experienced anywhere else before. Peaceful, that is, until he heard rustling in the nearby patch of woods to his left. The sound was too heavy for him to think it was anything but a large animal. Rather than stopping to study the place where the sound had come from, he hurried his steps. He knew better than to run. Not only would he have felt a little foolish, especially if it turned out to be nothing, but if it was an animal, he would be in even worse trouble if he made a break for the house. He heard the sound once more, still on his left, though it wasn't quite as heavy. Something much larger than a rabbit was in the woods beside him, and it seemed to be following him. In this part of the country, it could be any number of things. They weren't close enough to the mountains to seriously worry about cougars, but it was still possible. Coyote, bears, and even wolves roamed these woods, which was a big reason so many locals kept a gun nearby at all times. He was mere feet from the gate to his property when he heard it again behind him, the sound of the loose rocks on the road grinding slightly against one another. The air was so quiet that he also heard the soft sound of breathing that wasn't his own. His heart jumped into his throat and he froze in mid-stride. Wishing that he didn't have to, but knowing it was inevitable, he turned slowly. Whatever it was, he needed to assess the threat, or at least see what was about to kill him. A small noise escaped him when he saw the animal before him. It was a wolf, standing in the middle of the road, silently watching him. Television did no justice to the size of these animals. That would have made him laugh at any other time, but not right now. The wolf was large indeed, its dark fur shimmering slightly in the moonlight. Its body seemed to ripple as it sat down, still staring at him. He couldn't see the animal's eyes. The shadows of its face darkened them and made them impossible to make out, but he knew they were staring directly at him, and that mere inches from those eyes were the fang-lined jaws that could snap a man's bones with ease. Carefully, he looked around him. The wolf didn't seem intent on attacking him, at least not at the moment. Wolves were known to be pack animals, typically hunting and roaming together. Where there was one, there was bound to be more. The fact that the animals were intelligent and were well known to use group tactics and ambushes to bring down prey made Dean even more nervous than he already was. Seeing nothing around them, he turned his attention back to the animal, who was still watching him. Then it stood, pausing a moment to cock its head, seeming almost like a harmless puppy. That innocence disappeared quickly as it took a stalking stance and slowly began to move toward him, looking every bit of the apex predator that it was. Dean fought to keep himself still, to keep himself from bolting away and damning himself to a painful and bloody death. The wolf took its time approaching him. When it finally reached him, it bent its head to sniff at him, sniffing here, then a little over there. Dean's heart was racing as the animal circled him, patiently pacing about him as it took in whatever scent it was looking for or was interested in. Then it sat once more in front of him, looking up at him. From this distance, he could see a little better, and the wolf's eyes were lighter than he would have guessed, though he couldn't tell the color in the moonlight. It seemed so much larger when it sat only a few inches from him, and he knew the big body was nothing but muscle, fur, and teeth. In truth, if he wasn't scared out of his mind at the very thought that this animal was made to kill soft things like him, he would have been in awe. Perhaps a part of him was anyway. It was hard not to be impressed by the sight of the large beast. There was a beauty to it that he couldn't deny, especially since it hadn't yet bared its sharp teeth. "Hi," he finally said, unable to think of what to do with this strange animal. The wolf cocked its head, sniffing slightly at him. He could almost swear the animal actually did understand him and found a way to reply to his greeting. For one insane moment, he almost reached out to pet the animal. He managed to catch himself before doing so. He stopped himself just in time for it only to be a light spasm in his arm, which the animal paid no attention to. As much as I would love to figure out why you're not trying to kill me," he said, taking a small step backwards, half expecting the animal to pounce, or at least growl at the motion. "I really need to get home. Got animals of my own to feed, and I have to be up early, so if you don't mind." The whole time he spoke, his feet were quietly and slowly moving backwards, bringing him farther and farther away from the wolf. He wanted so badly to glance behind him to see where the gate was, but he didn't dare take his eyes off the wolf. The wolf only continued to watch him serenely. It certainly seemed calm enough for now, without any indication of intent to pounce on him. He also knew better than to trust that. He had been warned many times that wolves were wily creatures. His hands found the post of the gate that led up his drive, and he fumbled with the latch as he opened it. He recalled a distant memory of his grandfather warning him about the wolves around here, warning him that the wolves here were more clever than usual. That, and to make sure not to be foolish enough to attack or try to harm them. Dean had chalked it up to the fact that they were pack animals, so to attack one was to invite trouble from the others. The wolf never stopped watching him from its place in the road, and it never moved after its initial investigation. He honestly didn't even know if it had moved after he had stopped looking at it. So long as it didn't come after him, he didn't much care which direction it went. Both Jax and Nix were safely tucked away in the house, and that was where he sorely wanted to be. The house was a welcome sight as he broke the tree line and came onto the full property. He glanced over his shoulder constantly as he went up the walk onto the steps. His fear told him to always keep an eye out for what should have been a danger to him. Yet some part of him felt the danger had passed, if it had ever been there in the first place. He knew that wolves could become used to the presence of people, but he'd always heard of that as a bad thing. That made the wolves less fearful and bolder. Even still, his breath rushed from him as a shaky rasp when the door finally closed behind him, shutting off the outside world. Calm or not, the wolf had scared the hell out of him. Sure, he had known it was possible that some of these animals could be, or were, in the area. It was an entirely different matter to face one down in the middle of the road at night. How he had managed to walk away from that with nothing more than a stutter of his heart, he didn't know. Truth was, he hadn't ever heard of wolves behaving like that before. They typically kept their distance from people. When they weren't distant, they were either too hungry or too desperate to care, and that was bad for whoever was near them. Whatever the case, he would have to make sure to keep the animals in at night. A loud thump in the house made him jump and let out a slight yelp of fear. The source of the noise revealed itself at the end of the hallway, coming from the kitchen. He eyed Jax, who was now bounding down the hallway in a fit of happiness. He was so happy that he curled his body as he wagged his butt in a fit of utter joy. Dean smiled as he bent to hug and greet the dog just as happily, thinking this was about as close to a wolf as he ever wanted to get again. Chapter 5. Morning. Mikhail's friendly greeting caught Dean's attention from where he lounged on the front porch. He decided to enjoy the morning from a comfy and relatively safe space on the porch. The repairs to the porch were yet to be done, but Dean knew where the sturdier points were. He'd sat out there long enough, with a blanket wrapped around his shoulders against the cold morning, when Mikhail had shown up in his truck. "Good morning," Dean replied, trying not to sound too sleepy. He had slept in a little later than he would have liked this morning, so the coffee hadn't yet had time to kick in for him. Mikhail seemed to notice, grinning a little at Dean as he dug around in his truck for tools. "Did I miss any fun?" he asked, approaching the porch as he spoke. "Mostly a lazy weekend. Went to the Williams for dinner, though," Dean snorted, remembering the night before. "I made a friend, I think. Or at least, I didn't get eaten." Mikhail grinned. "A new friend? Thought you weren't big on people." "Good thing it was a wolf, then," he shot back, equally amused at the blink he witnessed on Mikhail's face. "A wolf?" Mikhail cocked his head a little. "They don't normally come down around here too much. You're okay, though, right?" "Yeah, but it was by far the weirdest wolf ever," Dean replied dryly, bringing a chuckle from Mikhail. "You laugh, but I'm serious. Damn thing followed me, comes out onto the road after me and just sniffs me. Plops down in the middle of the road after that and let me just walk away. It didn't do anything else but watch me go. Is that normal wolf behavior to you?" Mikhail was thoughtful for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I guess it isn't too normal. Wolves around here can be kind of weird sometimes, but not usually that weird. Maybe he just really liked the way you smelled or something." "Fine, but it'd be great if he'd done it in a way that didn't make me want to pee myself." "Be sure to tell him next time." "Next time?" Dean raised an eyebrow. A wicked grin stretched over Mikhail's face. "Obviously, he liked how you smelled. Maybe you'll find him curled up on your front porch one of these nights." "Ugh, let's not do that, okay? It's too early to think about walking out to a freaking wolf on my front porch." "At least you wouldn't need coffee to get you going that morning." "Ugh, don't you have work to do?" Dean huffed, waving the laughing man off. The very idea might have been hilarious to Mikhail, but the event was still fresh in Dean's mind. The idea of the animal even coming close to him again was less than amusing. He watched the carpenter walk off, glancing back to Dean before continuing with another laugh. Dean gave another huff and focused on draining the rest of his coffee. There was still plenty of work to do, even before bringing in the farm animals. He supposed that with Mikhail now working on the barn, he would have to start contemplating getting a few. Eventually, he had to heave himself up from his seat, to get to making sure this place was in better condition once more. With the fields up and growing, next on his list was to get the rest of the wild plant life around the place cleaned up. Everything around the farm had grown wild and become almost unmanageable in the past few years. There was plenty for him to tackle to keep him busy. He wasn't quite sure if that was a good thing or not, considering the stiffness and aches he was still experiencing from the previous week. No one else was going to do it for him, though. He began out near the fields and the fenced-in pasture, planning to work his way in. It was important to make sure that the pasture was still usable for the animals that would eventually get here. The rest just needed to be cut down, or at least trimmed. By not just simply shaving it down as close as possible and tearing it all up, he made the work take far longer. Not that he really wanted land that was nothing but turned-up topsoil. Returning the whole area from the fields and pasture up to the house back to a reasonable condition took the whole of that week to complete. He had really wanted to touch it up more and perhaps add some plants of his own or some bushes. As good as that sounded, he would have to wait until next year to do it. Despite the large chunk of money that he still had left over, he didn't want to strain his budget just in case something came up before he could start making money from what he did here. Mikhail had kept just as busy as he had throughout the week, though Dean had noticed the man took a few more breaks than usual. Dean wasn't about to complain, even if it did distract him from his own work whenever Mikhail would wander over to talk for a bit. Like the man wasn't distracting enough as it was. It was more difficult to focus on his work rather than rest his eyes on the man in a shirt and jeans that looked so good they should have been illegal on him. When Dean was close enough, he would witness the muscles of the man's body rolling and moving beneath his sun-touched skin. The fact was, Mikhail was the biggest source of company that Dean had on the farm. Honestly, their time together constituted the most socializing Dean had done in quite a while. The man's friendly nature helped a lot, but the fact that he was respectful of Dean's private nature made a huge difference. In truth, Dean found himself telling the man far more than he was used to sharing. While he could be very quiet, he wasn't really what you would call shy, either. It was just a matter of not feeling totally comfortable with other people, a wariness that had grown worse as he'd grown older. Yet with Mikhail, he found it easy to talk and talk quite freely. Mikhail's laid-back and accepting manner was easy to fall into and to trust. They shared quite a bit between them over their various conversations, whether it was during an impromptu break in the middle of the workday, a small conversation in the morning, one of their talks during their shared lunch break, or the longer ones at the end of the day. Without discussion, they had fallen naturally into taking turns providing the beer that they drank at the end of each day as they watched the sunset together. Conversations during the day were usually quite relaxed and playful. After hearing earlier in the week that Dean cared very little for sports, Mikhail continued to bemoan it later in the week. Dean thought it was a pity that Mikhail didn't read all that much. The man claimed that he could never really get into books. Both enjoyed video games, when they would find the time, not that they could settle on which game or system was superior to others. Movies were another topic they were mixed on. Dean was quite open about his terrible taste in movies, Mikhail sighing at titles that the smaller man rattled off during a lunch break. "It's like you choose the worst movies possible, man," Mikhail moaned, looking totally dejected, while Dean grinned at his discomfort. "I love bad movies because they're bad, especially if they're over-the-top action movies. Those are the best." "Yeah, but there are good movies out there with the over-the-top action too, you know. Just let me show you a few one of these days. Maybe I can still save you from the hell you've put yourself into without even knowing it." "Fine. If you're not busy this weekend, bring a few over and we'll make a whole thing of it," Dean laughed, flicking a potato chip at him. Mikhail dodged the chip, sighing with relief. "God, yes. I'll come over Saturday. You make the food, I'll bring the movies and beer." "Pfft, I'll just go get a frozen pizza and some chips and salsa." "Cheap date, eh? Fine. But at least make it a good frozen pizza. None of that generic crap." Dean ignored the little flutter in his chest at that comment. "Demanding, aren't you?" You better put out if I'm gonna have to fork over for the good stuff. Ooh, that means we can see one or two of my horror movie collection. Mikhail's groan had been all Dean needed to burst into laughter. The bigger man despaired at the very thought of how utterly bad Dean's taste in media was. Dean was all right with that honesty. At least he could claim that he was still enjoying what he was watching, even if he knew it was total trash. The ease forming between them in such a short span of time was a great source of comfort to Dean. For a man who had always had a hard time connecting with other people, finding such a quick bond with someone was gratifying. It was a little confusing, too. The two of them seemed to fall into relaxed, laid-back patterns despite only knowing each other for a couple of weeks. His attraction to Mikhail hadn't waned in the slightest, but he was completely afraid of screwing up their friendship. It wouldn't really be a totally absurd idea for Dean to develop more than friendly feelings for Mikhail. It was more than simple physical attraction, though he would admit there was plenty of that to work with. The man's very nature drew Dean in, very easily in fact. Mikhail was quick to laugh and play, lightening the mood with his way of teasing and joking. He could also be serious, thoughtful, and even kind. The man's compassion for Dean's life was amazing in its simplicity and its utter lack of pity. Perhaps it was the years of being on his own for the most part finally catching up to him. The promise of having a normal, relaxing day of simply being around the other man was appealing. To be around someone whose company he thoroughly enjoyed just doing nothing. There hadn't been a time he'd been able to appreciate something like that for quite a while. He hoped the fear he felt at the potential for budding feelings was simply a matter of an overactive imagination and paranoia on his part. Plus, he figured if it ever got to that point, he would deal with it when it was required. If it was required. While his fears were certainly unsettling, he found that he was more than able to shove them back from his mind while focusing on his work. Between working hard and the breaks that he and Mikhail took to get to know one another, he found he didn't have as much time as he used to for obsessing and worrying over everything. Even in the free moments when he wasn't working or caught up in conversation, he was usually too tired to do much heavy thinking. As much as he had more physical energy than he was used to having, it always seemed to be completely drained by the end of the day and slow to build at the beginning of the next. The rest of that week felt as if it had flown by. Despite the more frequent breaks that Dean had taken with Mikhail, his work had come along nicely. Everything from the fields and pasture up to the house had been trimmed and wrangled into submission. No longer did the vast majority of the property look as if it were one step away from becoming a wildlife preserve. It finally looked like someone lived there and was doing something with the place again. Dean was really enjoying the fruits of his labor from his spot on the front porch that Saturday afternoon. The barn was nearly done, needing only a few more things and a good coat or two of paint. Mikhail assured him that the building would be ready by the middle of next week, and he could move on to other projects on the property. With that assurance, Dean arranged to have a few animals brought in. A few cows and goats would be enough to keep him busy, though Dean did add a few more, just to make sure he wasn't being overly conservative. It was hard to believe that he had only been on the farm for a few weeks. The sheer amount of work he'd managed to accomplish in such a short time was astounding to him. Sure, the porch was still a hazard, the coops needed attending to, a few things on the exterior of the house needed fixing, and Lord knew the whole thing needed to be painted. There were still open boxes lying around inside the house. Despite it all, he couldn't help but feel proud at what he'd achieved, along with an eagerness to continue. His musing was cut off by the sound of a familiar truck coming down the path leading from the road. Mikhail's truck came into view, bouncing along on the rough path. The truck gave a good jump, and Dean winced, noting that perhaps the path should be his next project, come Monday morning. It wouldn't really do to have things look so much better, only to have the route to his house be a hazard. Mikhail didn't seem the least bit fazed as he hopped from the cab of his truck. As promised, he had the beer and movies in hand. Dean didn't like the hopeful anticipation that fluttered in his chest as he watched the man approach, the usual happy smile plastered on his face. "You know," Mikhail began as he climbed the stairs of the porch, "I hadn't really noticed before, but driving up here like this today, it's amazing how much you've gotten done. The place looks like it's loved again." Dean squirmed a little at the compliment, squinting at the peeling paint of the house. Well, sort of loved, anyway. Mikhail didn't miss the heaviness in Dean's voice. "Hey, come on, don't do that. You've only been here a little while, and you've gotten an awful lot done, man. You need to be proud of that." Another squirm, then a shrug. "I know, and I am, kinda. I just feel bad that this place sat here for so long and I never bothered to look into it. I let this place fall apart, even though Grandpa had left it to me. Hell, I let the damn envelope sit around forever because I was too scared to look at it." Mikhail frowned, setting the beard down so that he could squat in front of Dean. A frown might have been on the handsome face, but it was one of worry and a little concern, too. Dean's stomach did another flip when Mikhail rested a hand on his knee. He could feel the warmth of the man's skin, even through his jeans. How the hell the man was always so warm was beyond him. It was something he noticed any time they happened to stand somewhat close to each other. No matter how warm or cold it was, Mikhail was always warm. He positively radiated warmth, literally, as in this case, and figuratively, as his face was showing at the moment. "Hey," Mikhail's voice was soft. "You were going through a lot when you got that envelope. Nobody is going to blame you for not wanting to open it right away. And the instructions even told you not to open it yet. You were going through a lot at that point, and opening it would have meant you'd lost that little piece, right?" Dean stared at the man, momentarily stunned by his insight. Yeah, that's about right. But then I just forgot about it. Forgot about all of it, including this place." "Yeah, but now you're here, man. Hell, you've thrown everything you had into this place. You quit your job and packed up everything you had in your life, even your dog and that skittish-ass cat of yours. You threw it all in a truck and brought yourself here. Every penny you saved up for who knows how long is going right back into this place. And you're personally working very hard to bring it back with your own sweat and blood right now. Everything you've got is going into loving this farm, into making it what you want it to be. I never got to really meet or get to know your grandfather, but I know damn well that he'd be mighty proud of what you've done with the place." Dean could only stare at Mikhail for the longest time. Mikhail's hazel eyes stared intensely at him, as if willing him to believe the words. It was hard to deny the man much of anything when he was looking so damn earnest and warm. Mikhail's words warmed him, causing another flip of his stomach. How could a man he barely knew suddenly seem like someone who knew him so well, someone to be trusted so easily? "Thank you, Mikhail," he said softly, smiling a little. He was thankful that the rush of emotions only seemed to stay curling in his chest, rather than making the back of his eyes sting. As much as he appreciated the words and trusted Mikhail, perhaps more than he should have, he didn't want to get all watery-eyed in front of him. In truth, he'd thought he'd had enough emotional moments in the past few weeks. "Hey, it's just the truth. You ask me, you should be strutting around here like you own the place. Wait, you do own the place. You know what I mean." "It's all right, big guy. I know what you mean." Mikhail winked at him, standing up with a final pat on his leg. Dean gave a small laugh, reaching up to pat the man's hip in mock consolation. Mikhail's hand flicked to his for a moment, making Dean pull his hand back a little self-consciously. He hadn't really thought about that action when he'd done it. It was a simple gesture of affection. Now he wondered if Mikhail really did know about him and was weirded out by the sudden physical display. Mikhail made no comment, instead glancing around with a thoughtful expression. Dean rarely saw that expression on Mikhail's happy face. Sometimes it was simply thoughtful, though there were moments, like now, where Mikhail seemed a little sad. Whatever he was thinking about, It was obviously taking him back to some point in time that Dean knew nothing about. The man didn't mind talking about personal things in Dean's life, but seemed to avoid anything hard or depressing about himself. Dean realized, despite all their talks, he knew very little about Mikhail. Mikhail grunted, smirking a little. Well, if you love a person like you've loved this place, someone's going to be real lucky, eh? Oi, what are we all serious about? We've got movies to watch, don't we? Come on already. Dean yelped in surprise as Mikhail easily yanked him to his feet. Dean was by no means frail, but his size was nothing compared to the other man. Mikhail had beat him in both height and weight by a considerable margin. It wasn't usually all that noticeable, oddly enough. Mikhail never seemed overly imposing. It wasn't until moments like this, being yanked to his feet like he was a small child, that Dean was aware of the difference. Geez, he complained as he was pulled into the house. Just throw me around already. Nah, that's for after dinner and a movie. Don't you know how this works? Mikhail laughed and shot a wicked grin over his shoulder in Dean's direction. Dean could only laugh, even if the thought brought about yet another little flutter to his stomach. The comment was probably just another playful joke coming from his new friend, but he couldn't help reacting, just a bit. He tamped his emotions down easily enough, just simply soaking up his friend's happy mood as he followed him into the house. He managed to break himself free from Mikhail's grip to pad into the kitchen. The sounds of Mikhail greeting Jax in the living room filtered through as he preheated the oven. It wasn't particularly difficult for Jax to like someone. If they were willing to rub his belly and tell him he was a good boy, he was more than happy to be friends. A crash caught his attention as he shoved the pizza onto the rack. "Hope that wasn't something expensive," he called through the house, raising a brow as he waited for a reply. The sheepish reply came a moment later. "Oh no, just a chair, we're good." Dean rolled his eyes, closing the oven door and setting the timer so he could check on it a little early. He didn't know if it was just because the oven was new or not, but the last one he'd made cooked hard and fast. If he wasn't careful, all they'd have to eat tonight was whatever leftovers were still edible in this fridge. By the time he got back to the living room, everything looked suspiciously intact. Even Jax and Mikhail were seated nicely on the couch, glancing innocently at Dean as he entered the room. Dean looked around to see what piece of furniture they'd damaged in their overly excited reunion. Finding nothing, he sat down on the couch with a sigh, still glaring suspiciously at the duo. Neither of them gave anything away. He saw only a warm smile from Mikhail and a friendly butt wiggle from Jax. "You two look far too innocent," Dean said. "Perish the thought, my friend. Oh look, the movie's starting." "Uh-huh. Wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that you pushed the play button, huh?" "Nope." The cheery reply was followed by a shush as the movie began. Dean settled into the couch and let whatever little crime they had committed pass without punishment. If they'd truly broken something, he would eventually find it, probably when it was far too late to do anything about it. They settled in well enough for the first movie, pausing it only so Dean could retrieve the pizza. After placing it carefully on the table in front of the couch and handing Mikhail a beer, he settled back in. The movie resumed, and they contentedly sat there and watched it, chewing happily on the pizza and nursing their beers. "I know I said it before, but you have a really badass setup," Mikhail said, motioning to the TV and sound system and nodding in approval at the crystal clear action on the screen. Dean shrugged. "Told you I didn't really do much socially, so I had plenty of money to spend on spoiling myself with nice toys like this. Turned out to be a good investment for me. It's kind of like your own personal mini-movie theater. I always thought the whole Blu-ray thing was just a scam to make you pay $30 for a movie you could get for half that on DVD. Guess I just need to get the right TV for it." "You're just gonna watch porn on it if you do." Mikhail wrinkles his nose. "Nah, I hate porn." Dean blinked. "Seriously? Thought you said you were a visual person." "Did I?" Mikhail frowned, thinking back to when that might have come up. "Huh. Oh yeah, I guess I did. But yeah, not the same thing at all. There are people paid to moan and grind on a screen for you, but then there's someone in front of you in real life grinding and moaning for real. Suddenly, Dean was acutely aware of just how warm Mikhail was beside him, close enough to reach over and touch. "Lord, I love that movie," Mikhail exclaimed suddenly. The movie had ended. "I got another one, and then we can watch one of your trash movies." Dean snorted, heaving himself up to get another couple of beers while Mikhail switched the movies out. By the time he returned, Mikhail already had the movie menu up, ready to start the thriller he was apparently so damn fond of. Dean passed over a beer, smiling at Mikhail's eagerness. He'd given Mikhail a hard time for being so excited over the movie, but in truth, he actually did like a lot of thriller movies, the ones that fell into the psychological thriller category anyway, which was second on his list of favorite genres. Mikhail's favorite psychological legal drama had engrossed Dean quickly and burned away the next couple of hours. "What'd you think?" Mikhail asked, glancing at Dean with a hopeful expression. Dean nodded in approval. "That was really good, I have to admit. The dude plays a creep really well. Sure didn't expect it to go that way, though, and I sure never thought I'd find myself cheering for a lawyer." Mikhail gave a laugh. "Guess the moral of the story is don't pull the plug after you kill off your cheating wife, huh?" Dean snorted. "I think it'd be best to just not shoot your wife at all. Divorce might be messier, but at least there's less chance of jail time." "Dunno, man. Women." Mikhail raised his brow, wiggling it a little. "Lord, you get the beer. I'll choose the next movie." Dean grinned at the man's heavy groan as he picked himself up from the couch and made his way into the kitchen. The screen was already flashing to life as Mikhail returned with an air of hesitancy. He huffed at the screen, where the main actress wielded a katana against unlikely foes and unlikely odds. Handing Dean a beer, he plopped onto the couch next to him, a little closer than he'd been before. "Well, at least you chose a ridiculously over-the-top movie that's actually good. The soundtrack for this movie is good enough on its own." "I'm so glad His Majesty is pleased. I figured I would save the good stuff for another time." He took a pull from his beer, then noticed Mikhail's eyes on him. He felt a little self-conscious, as if he were butt naked. He might as well have been naked, based on the way his stomach was flipping. "Maybe we should just make this a one-time thing then," Mikhail added as an afterthought, breaking Dean's weird feeling. Dean laughed. Yeah, you'll be back. They always come back." Mikhail's reply was lost as Dean started the movie and leaned back onto the couch. He didn't know if they would really be able to make it to the second movie. Both were relatively lengthy, and it was already getting late for them. They hadn't been drinking too heavily, but both men were enjoying a nice light buzz from the beer. All in all, they were quite relaxed and enjoying themselves. As the movie wore on, Dean and Mikhail were all but sprawled across the couch. Their legs were pressed against one another, even though Jack's was barely taking up any room. It was incredibly difficult for Dean to focus on the movie. He'd already seen the damn thing several times, so it wasn't like he was going to be missing anything. But at the same time, he wished the movie would distract him from Mikhail's close presence. This wasn't what he needed at all, really. It took some willpower on his part, but he managed to subtly move his leg away from Mikhail's. Just enough so they weren't pressed against one another so tightly. It was a little foolish, and he felt like a teenager again, too bashful and hypersensitive for such a simple touch. Still, just that small gap between them was enough to calm him down. Only until Mikhail shifted next to him. But Mikhail's leg pressed against Dean's once more. Dean would have groaned, if only out of frustration. He really didn't want to move again, in case Mikhail noticed. The last thing he needed was for Mikhail to think that he was intentionally moving away. The guy would either think that Dean was put off by physical contact that Mikhail probably saw as innocent affection, or he would realize exactly why Dean was so uncomfortable with the contact, and he would become uncomfortable too. All Dean wanted out of the evening was to enjoy some nice quality time with his new friend. That was it. He didn't need this sudden rush of attraction to start making it difficult for him to be around the other man. He didn't think Mikhail would go running for the hills if he suddenly realized that Dean was attracted to him. At least, Dean didn't want to think that. But he'd long since learned that people didn't always live up to your expectations or hopes. Suddenly, he had the feeling he was being watched, almost like when he was walking home last weekend. The sensation was sudden, piercing through his thoughts instantly. It was startling and a little out of place, considering he was mostly comfortably, sitting in his own living room. When he finally glanced around for the source, he found Mikhail staring at him. The shadows of the room gave Mikhail that harsh look that Dean remembered seeing a few other times. It was powerful, and the flashing lights from the movie weren't helping much. Mikhail?" he asked cautiously, both unnerved and inexplicably aroused by the man's concentrated expression. Heat and pressure gripped his thigh as Mikhail's hand grasped his leg just above the knee. Dean jolted a little in surprise. He didn't move beyond the small jump, and Mikhail's hand seemed to take that as encouragement. Work-strong fingers slid up his leg slowly. Dean's breathing was quickly becoming rough, his jeans tighter than they were only moments before. "Mikhail?" His voice was almost as fluttery as his stomach, and he swallowed hard. "Guess it wasn't just me," Mikhail finally said, catching Dean's eyes and pinning him to the spot. Before Mikhail moved, Dean knew exactly what was going to happen. He was helpless in the face of that split second, knowing that there was no way he was going to stop it. Even the simple touch of the man's hand on his leg had him short of breath. His gaze flicked to the man's lips, then to his eyes. A shiver ran through him as he drank in the intense gaze boring right into him. Then Mikhail did move. Twisting his body toward Dean, he pulled Dean in. Dean's surprised gasp at the rough treatment was cut off by the press of Mikhail's mouth against his. The cry immediately turned into a moan that seemed to come from the deepest part of him. For a moment, the cautious part of his mind screamed that this was trouble, and he should end it before it went too far. Then Mikhail had one hand on his hip, holding tight, and the other cupping the back of his head. Any thoughts of stopping disappeared, and he finally responded to the touch, pressing himself up against Mikhail. The kiss was intense, more intense than he had experienced he couldn't think clearly enough to remember. He couldn't think beyond opening his mouth to let Mikhail's tongue in. The casual, almost hesitant swipe of the man's tongue became bolder. Dean could sense Mikhail feeling him out, testing his responses and driving for what worked. He could taste the beer as Mikhail's tongue first explored his mouth and then began to claim it. His hands roamed Mikhail's body freely, greedily, responding heartily to his touch, to his grip. Dean's hips rolled against that grip, pressing him up against the other man with a low groan that rumbled between the two of them. The sound was met with a growl from Mikhail as he pushed against Dean's fighting hips, shoving them back down onto the couch. Dean gasped at the force, using his own hands to pull Mikhail down on top of him. The two of them continued, rutting against one another, to the point that the constriction of Dean's jeans felt like they were squeezing the life out of his cock. Only the press of Mikhail's groin against his own seemed to relieve the pressure, only to have it return before the next grinding thrust. "Mikhail," he gasped, hands fighting to get between them. He thought Mikhail had to be uncomfortable as well. For a moment, it seemed like Mikhail might fight him, but instead he relaxed enough to let Dean's hand slip between them. There wasn't much room to move his hand about until he managed to find the man's cock and cup it. His brow shot up as his fingers slid along the denim-clad length, hardly able to articulate what he had found. "Christ," was all he managed finally, as he had to hunch to reach the tip. Michael was definitely not lacking. Nerves and excitement coiled through him as he explored it one more time with his fingertips. Mikhail was apparently not the patient type, propping himself up enough to shove his hand between them and bat Dean's hand away. Dean sucked in a breath when he felt his pants being undone, then Mikhail's, as the man fought with the fabric that separated them. Suddenly, they were free. with a faint exhaltation from each of them as the pressure eased. Just as Dean pushed his hips upwards, Mikhail's hand wrapped around him. Another moan, and he pressed into the grip. He really wished he could see better in the dim light. He could feel Mikhail's cock against him, and he could only reach down to grab hold of it. His eager fingers curled around the thickness of the man's arousal, attempting to cover the full length of it as he stroked. "Supplies?" Mikhail asked, his voice low and rough, sending a chill down Dean's spine. Dean could only shake his head. All he had was lube upstairs. Not only did he not want either of them to leave this spot, he also didn't want to put them in a position where they had to consider potentially being unsafe. As much as he wanted to throw caution to the wind and hop atop Mikhail, it was not the best idea, kind of like what they were already doing. "It's fine," Mikhail grunted. "We ain't lasting long like this anyway." He didn't sound unhappy. In fact, he bent forward as he stroked Dean, his teeth sinking into the muscles of Dean's shoulder. Dean cried out, feeling the faint pain twist with the pleasure of the man's hand on his cock, his thumb gliding across the slick head. Mikhail pushed back, shoving at his pants and at Dean's. The struggle only lasted a few moments before their jeans were off. Dean was both amused and not at all surprised to see that the other man didn't necessarily believe in underwear. His whole lower body was now bare. There was that thrill of pleasure again at the sight of the man's cock, illuminated by the TV. Christ, he was both happy and a little disappointed that Mikhail barely paid any attention to Dean's boxer, pushing himself between Dean's legs and eager to proceed. Their cocks slid together as Mikhail moved himself forward, rutting against him once more. Dean moaned again, and their bodies were against one another once more as Mikhail came down on him. His mouth opened as Mikhail pressed his own against him hungrily. Dean didn't know what he was more aware of, the feel of their cocks against one another, or the man's hard body pressing and shifting against his. Dean might have had nothing to be ashamed about when it came to his body, but Mikhail seemed sculpted out of rock. Scrambling up the man's back, his fingers found the lines of Mikhail's muscles. His fingers rolled and dipped as his hands roamed up and down the man's back before firmly holding onto his hips. The larger man's grip fell around their cocks once more as he continued to thrust against Dean. He was already almost to his limit as it was. The man felt way too good at that moment, and his taste was still in his mouth. Mikhail's mouth had already moved on, nipping at any part of Dean that he could find. His other hand was propped across Dean's chest to both hold him in place and hold himself steady. Mikhail, Dean gasped, hardly able to speak as the man thrust again, timing it with another sharp nip at his throat. "Come," the other man growled. The command went straight to Dean's core. His body responded to it quicker than his mind did, which was saying something. It only took a few more pumps before his body finally began to coil and tighten. Gasping out Mikhail's name one more time, he thrust his hips hard up into the man's grip. Warmth spread across his torso as he came in spurts, fingers digging into the muscles of the man's neck. His head swam and he began to sink back onto the couch, the relaxing effect of the orgasm already beginning to hit him. Then his cock was released and Mikhail's mouth was on him. Against Mikhail's body, Dean could feel the smoother glide as the man stroked himself. Dean's cock barely passed its orgasm, gave an interested twitch, and when he realized Mikhail was using his cum as lube, he responded to the kiss with a great deal more vigor than he thought he had left in his body. A growl came from Mikhail, his teeth catching Dean's bottom lip as his hips jerked. Warmth hit his chest. Michael's orgasm shuddered through him as he painted the two of them with his cum. His body rippled above Dean, who couldn't restrain the moan wrung out of him. The warmth of their cum mingling was both soothing and erotic. Then the tension fled from Mikhail's body, and he sagged. Dean was amazed when Mikhail found the strength to push himself up on the couch. He was confused and maybe a little hurt that the man got up so quickly. Then he saw him coming back with the towel he'd tossed over his leather recliner early in the day. Chuckling, Dean accepted the towel and cleaned himself up before handing it back for Mikhail to do the same, ogling the man as he cleaned himself up in the flickering light of the TV. Dean gestured lazily when Mikhail held up the towel. Mikhail shrugged and tossed it to the floor before crawling back onto the couch. Dean grunted in half-hearted protest as he was shifted about. Apparently, the other man wasn't above giving a cuddle or two after he got them both off. Mikhail pushed between Dean and the back of the couch, arms wrapping him up and holding him tightly. Mikhail grunted into Dean's ear, nuzzling his neck. Dean couldn't suppress the smile he felt spreading across his lips as Mikhail's body relaxed against his, breaths evening out. He'd never had the chance to see Mikhail asleep before. Somehow, wasn't surprised that he was the type to fall asleep quickly. Even though he wasn't a morning person, Dean normally wasn't quite as easy to knock out. His brain liked to keep him up through the night when it could. Work on the farm had done wonders for exhausting his mind. The orgasm was helping with that too. He probably could have still fought sleep, but the warmth of the man at his back and the comforting press of the arms around his chest was too much. The steady rhythm of Mikhail's breathing was all he could really hear after a little while. It was unbelievably soothing to a man who was normally loath to share his sleeping space with more than his pets. His eyelids grew heavy, his own breathing sinking up to Mikhail's as he slowly drifted off into a comfortable, easy sleep. Chapter 6. When Dean had woken the next morning, sprawled awkwardly on the couch, he was alone. Vague remnants of strange dreams in his head, involving running and the moon, had been all that lingered. Dean wasn't sure how Mikhail had managed to get disentangled and up off the couch without waking him up. Not to mention the fact that the man's truck was loud enough to wake the dead. But when Dean padded into the kitchen to start up his coffee, it was nearly done brewing. Dully, he had blinked at the device, trying to figure it out. Either Mikhail had left quite recently, or the man had made a great guess at what time Dean would be waking up. Either way, he had left a note beside the coffee maker, promising to see Dean again come Monday morning. It had ended with a smiley face to accent the point. Dean wasn't quite sure what to make of it, but he wasn't going to figure it out with a sleep-fogged mind. He would have preferred to have spent the rest of the day pretending that what happened hadn't fazed him. But that would have been a stone-cold lie. Sure, half the time he was okay, going about his business in the house. His weekend time was reserved to both relax and to continue opening boxes and decorating the house. Yet he spent half of that time fretting over what had happened. Sure, it hadn't gone as far as it could have, but he wasn't going to stand around and pretend that the memory of the man's lips against his didn't have his body humming with a strange energy all over again. The fact that Mikhail hadn't hung around afterward left him nervous. The note by the coffee maker helped to temper that, but there was still a part of him that worried over the implications of the man just up and leaving like he had without a word of explanation. All in all, he was feeling both high on life and stressed beyond belief. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt something like this. Something so contradictory that it drove him half insane. There was no point anymore in pretending he wasn't interested in the man. Their physical chemistry had been off the charts. Mikhail was many things, but the sheer fact that Dean already had a great deal of trust in him, that the man could make him laugh so easily, talk so freely, and just feel completely at home in his company, spoke volumes about how Dean felt. Chiding himself for behaving like some love-struck teenager who didn't know how to deal with infatuation, he tried to throw himself into his work. It didn't really help much, but it did do wonders for passing the time. The motivation to distract himself certainly provided ample energy for unpacking and setting things up. By the time he climbed into bed that night, he was sure he had accomplished more with the house in that one day than he had managed in the entire time he'd been back. His dreams were no less strange that night, either. When the alarm woke him on Monday morning, he couldn't clearly remember, but he felt disconcerted. The feel of Jax's body next to him gave him a start, the feel of his fur confusing him for a moment. The mutt cocked his head wearily at his master, perhaps wondering, as Dean was, what exactly was wrong. Chuckling at himself, he flipped the alarm off and scratched Jack's ears in an apology. He certainly envied the dog's ability to simply roll over and go back to sleep. Dean could afford no such luxury. By the time Mikhail had rolled up the path to the house and hopped from his truck, Dean was already in his customary spot on the front porch. The mornings were getting warmer with each passing day, and he no longer needed a blanket or jacket on top of the coffee he drank. He was also full of nervous energy that he didn't think he really needed something extra to warm him up. Come to think of it, he probably didn't need the coffee giving him extra jitters either. "Morning," Mikhail called, hopping to the ground and grabbing his chest of tools as usual before strolling up to the porch. Dean was immediately aware that the other man, while appearing his usual chipper self, seemed a bit off. If Dean didn't know any better, he would swear the other man was watching him cautiously. "Good morning, Flight Risk," Dean replied with a small smile. Mikhail's brow shot up to his hairline. "Flight Risk? Damn, right to the point, aren't you?" Dean wanted to wince, but shrugged instead. "First thing that entered my head. You know I'm not really too thoughtful when I'm groggy. But you look more awake than I've ever seen you at this hour. Maybe I'm finally just getting used to this morning routine thing. Oh, after only, 10 years of it? Take your time, don't you?" Dean said nothing, though he did smile a little. He might not have approached the problem as smoothly as he would have wished, but he had done it. If it was going to be totally addressed, he would wait until Mikhail was willing to meet him in the middle on it. It certainly hadn't done anything to dissipate the nervous energy boiling away in his chest. After a moment's pause, Mikhail sighed. "All right, I took off." "You did? It wasn't for the reason you think, though." "No?" Mikhail frowned at the raised brow. "Okay, well, not totally for that reason." "Uh-huh." Dean smiled a little. "How about you just tell me what's going on in that crazy head of yours? We can go from there." That brought a grin to the face of the larger man. "That's fair. All right, so yeah, I took off because what we did. I mean, I kind of wonder about you from pretty much the first time we met. Not that you gave yourself away, something told me, I don't know. Anyways, I didn't think even if you were that, it would be a thing. I mean, you're a hot man, but I wasn't totally going jumping ahead of myself or anything. But then Saturday night happened and, well, I bailed. I don't get to do that sort of thing much, and it's never been in town. I've always had to go out of my way for that sort of thing." Dean squinted, trying to keep up with the sudden expulsion of information and explanation. "So what you're saying is you bailed because you were wigged out that I actually screwed around with you and because I'm from town?" Mikhail looked a little bashful. "Sort of. I mean, I've been with other people before, but it was different with you. More fun." Dean had to smile at that, catching the man's gaze, even if it did cause his stomach to flip. "Agreed." Mikhail blinked. "Really?" "What?" Dean asked, laughing a little. "Did you think you were the only one?" "I mean, I hoped you had fun and shit, but I figured I had freaked you out or something. How does someone who pinned me to the floor, ordered me about, and took total control suddenly turn bashful?" Mikhail rubbed the back of his head. Magic?" "Look," Dean said, unable to hold the laugh. "I almost wondered if I'd snagged me a straight guy who just got curious and went through with it one time. The first time I saw you, I thought you were straight. Hot, but straight. Then you go and do all that with me the other night, and it was, it was fun. But then you were gone." You thought I was hot? Mikhail asked, looking over at Dean curiously. That made Dean smile again. Yeah, I did. And I pretty much wanted to jump you from the moment I saw you. Then we became friends, or whatever, and that didn't help too much, actually. Friends or whatever? This time it was Mikhail's turn to smirk. Yeah, or whatever. Dean's voice was strained, and he felt the heat rush to his face. He realized he had voiced his own concerns over the nature of their relationship. For all he'd known, Mikhail considered Dean as cool and someone he didn't mind being around occasionally, not exactly a friend. Dean hadn't wanted to impose his own feelings on the other man by making claims of friendship. I'd say we're friends, yeah, Mikhail assured him, his expression warm as he regarded Dean. Friends who had fun. Friends who definitely had some fun. Friends who had fun and could have more, or just friends? Dean asked, not knowing it was time to approach that particular avenue. If Mikhail didn't want to continue with what they had started last night, Dean wasn't going to insist on it. If he had to choose between sex with the man or the man's friendship, he would choose the latter without hesitation. The physical chemistry between them had been amazing, but the rest of the chemistry was way better. Mikhail raised a brow. You want to do more? Dean really did blush at the question this time. Yeah, of course, but only if you're game. Mikhail laughed. When a guy like you says that they want to be both my friend and sleep with me, I'm not going to say no. I'm thinking you have that a little backwards. There's no way I'd be able to tell you no. Oh? Dean could see a familiar emotion behind those hazel eyes. He had only seen it one time, but he already recognized it from the other night. He had thought it was just a trick of the low light, but out here in the sun the look was still predatory. It really should have been unnerving to see that, especially to see it on the face of a man who was normally so warm and jovial. Instead, it pooled heat in his gut, and he could already feel the blood rushing to his groin. What? Dean asked, playing dumb, though he did feel struck dumb in a way. Mikhail set the toolbox down on the step. Dean watched with wide eyes as Mikhail came closer and knelt before him, pushing his legs apart so that he was between them. Mikhail's eyes fell on the bulge in Dean's pants. His strong fingers pushed his legs further apart, and with more dexterity than Dean felt he would have been able to manage, his pants were undone and pushed away from his hips in seconds. Mikhail, he tried, not quite sure at the moment what he really wanted to say. Mikhail ignored him, save for the smirk shot in his direction. Dean forgot whatever he was going to say as the man's hand slipped into his underwear, gripping his shaft and pulling him free. He barely had another moment to register the touch before Mikhail's mouth was around him once more. Where the other night had been done with shadows all about in the faint light of the TV, the morning light left no detail unclear. Mikhail's mouth slid over the head of his cock and down his shaft effortlessly. For a man who claimed to have only gotten some fun occasionally, he had apparently learned enough. Dean groaned, flopping back against the back of the chair as he witnessed Mikhail's mouth slide completely over his arousal. He groaned as the man came back up and looked right into Dean's eyes. Jesus, Dean groaned. Don't do that. I'm not going to last long. Which, in terms of wanting to last, was the worst thing he could have said, apparently. Michael drove down with more vigor than before, sucking Dean to the back of his throat and letting the muscles work over the sensitive head before pulling back once more. Dean all but writhed in the chair, unable to stop his hips from pushing up into Mikhail's face. Encouraging the movement, Mikhail picked up the pace while making sure to keep Dean's cock deep in his throat as often as possible. His fingers slipped under Dean's ass, gripping hard and pushing his hips up. Dean was the one who had the hard time maintaining eye contact, hardly able to keep his eyes open as he tried to focus on lasting. Mikhail was having none of it, however, working his hardest to drag Dean over the edge. Dean knew it was a losing battle. His body was betraying him quickly. He sputtered, feeling his own muscles coiling up, his breathing becoming more difficult. Repeating the man's name, he tried to warn Mikhail, whose only response was to increase his speed, working the muscles of his throat even more vigorously. It was too much for Dean, who, with a final cry, shoved his hips upwards into Mikhail's mouth. It felt like the cum poured out of him as he hung there, suspended in the moment of his orgasm. When it was over, he slumped back in the chair with a faint groan. Mikhail chuckled, sliding his lips gently away from Dean's now softening cock. Dean was faintly aware that the man was kindly tucking him back into his own pants, though he left the actual fastening to Dean. Then there was the presence of the man's lips on his own once more, and tasting himself on Mikhail's tongue, Dean gave a faint groan. Responding to the kiss, he reached up to caress the man's collarbone. Better than coffee, eh? Mikhail chuckled against Dean's lips. Christ, Dean swore, a little shaky. If that's what I can expect, I'll give up the coffee completely. That is probably the best compliment anyone has ever given me, Mikhail said, frowning in what appeared to be confusion. Dean only laughed, adjusting his pants and eyeing Mikhail's own crotch. Much as he had enjoyed the man's impromptu blowjob, he was also thinking he might like to have some fun of his own. Dean was certainly not the type to pick his partner based on size, but you had to appreciate the good ones when you saw them. Mikhail was undeniably impressive, and Dean was eager to have his hands and mouth on it once more. Take care of it at lunch, Mikhail hummed, nipping at Dean's jawline playfully. We've still got work to do. Dean huffed at the other man, making a last-ditch effort to grab at him and preventing him from getting away. He wanted to get what Mikhail had to offer. The other man laughed and danced out of his reach, cocking a brow expectantly at Dean, who could only sigh in resignation before heaving himself up out of the chair with a deep breath. Mikhail was right. They did have work to do. Work was easier said than done. Even if his work didn't necessarily keep him near the other man, he found that his eyes were remarkably good at locating Mikhail, no matter where he was on the property. It was certainly distracting, and he had a difficult time keeping his mind on the farm. Rather, he thought of the shape of the man's body in the sunlight, or the way his muscles moved and bunched as he hefted the wood about. He was also pretty sure Michael knew he was being watched and was doing everything in his power to pretend to ignore it. By the time Mikhail shouted across the property that he was hungry and that Dean better hurry his city ass up for some grub, Dean was more than ready. He suspected that Mikhail would purposefully make him wait until after they had eaten. The guy certainly seemed to get off on teasing him a little. But when they were in his kitchen, getting ready to make their sandwiches, Mikhail gave in instantly when Dean's hands grabbed a hold of him and pushed him against the counter. Mikhail had apparently been anticipating the moment, if the shape of his cock made in his jeans was any indication. Dean wasted no time on foreplay or niceties either. Opening the man's pants and fishing Michael's cock out, he went right to work. There was no way he would be able to take the man completely in his throat, but he'd be damned if he wouldn't give it a half-assed job. Mikhail had no complaints, his grip on the counter never wavering, only tightening. Dean felt considerably better about how quickly he had shot off that morning when Mikhail finally lost it. The other man hadn't lasted much longer than Dean had, cum pumping into Dean's mouth and throat in a matter of minutes. Dean had moaned hungrily around the man's cock, taking a few more slides into his mouth until Mikhail pushed him away with a laugh at the sensitivity. Dean looked up from his place on the floor in front of Mikhail and smirked. Okay, we can have food now. Mikhail chuckled, running his finger through Dean's short hair as Dean picked himself up from the ground. The man's strong fingers curled around his head and slid down, playing along his neck as he stood. Mikhail was quite docile, it seemed, and Dean wasn't going to argue. It made him feel that Mikhail couldn't quite get enough of touching him, and he rather liked it that way. Mikhail's eyes widened, his mouth twisted for the barest of moments as he jerked his hand back away from Dean. The motion took Dean by surprise. And if it wasn't for the fact that the man's eyes were still on him, he would have been worried that something or someone was behind him. "Mikhail?" he asked, reaching to brush the spot where Mikhail had touched him. Only warm flesh, and then the coolness of metal as his fingers brushed along the silver chain of his grandfather's necklace. He grasped it out of reflex, letting his fingers slide down to the pendant and holding it tight in his grip. "I'm okay," Mikhail said with a laugh, waving him off. "Just get a twinge in my back sometimes. Ain't nothing to worry about." Looked like more than a twinge. Dean's eyes widened when he spotted the flash of angry red skin on the man's hand. "Hey, when did you hurt your hand?" Mikhail looked down at the hand as if in surprise, curling it into a fist as he shrugged. "Burned it this morning making breakfast. It ain't a big deal. Don't worry about it. Nice necklace." Dean fidgeted with the pendant a moment before giving it a shrug. "Yeah, it was my grandfather's." Mikhail nodded. "Silver?" "Yeah, I can't wear gold. Maybe white gold, but not the regular kind." "How come?" "I have an allergic reaction to it. Been that way since I was a kid, actually. I do know what the symbol on this necklace is, but I haven't been able to think of it quite yet. Just nice to wear it, though, to have a piece of him with me now and again." "Fenrir," Mikhail replied almost instantly. "Fenrir?" Dean asked. He pulled the pendant up for a closer look. "That Norse monster wolf, you mean?" Mikhail laughed a little. He was a god, actually, who also happened to be a big-ass wolf. He was supposed to tear things up when the apocalypse came, and, of course, he was supposed to be slain after that, too, so... "Ragnarok," Dean said thoughtfully, remembering his mythology enough to pull that word from the depths of his mind. "So Grandpa had a necklace of some old Viking wolf god." Mikhail shrugged, opening his hand in a helpless gesture. "Maybe your grandfather was more old school than you thought." Dean eyed him for a moment, looking quickly back at the injured hand. Mikhail spotted his gaze and flipped his hand around to hide the red line. As laid back and patient as Mikhail could be, Dean had already spotted the stubborn streak that was a mile wide. "You gonna just keep telling me not to worry about your various body problems, then?" Dean asked. "Yep," Mikhail exclaimed with a grin. He motioned to the counter. "Weren't you making us lunch?" Dean narrowed his eyes, poking the man in the chest. "Look, mister, if you think I'm going to start waiting on you hand and foot just because—" Mikhail leaned forward and kissed him sweetly on his lips. Dean's breath shook as Mikhail's hazel eyes met his dark ones. Mikhail smiled softly. "Please?" There was nothing to do but sigh. "That's cheating, but effective." He heard Mikhail hum happily as he turned with a hidden smile to start making up their lunch. The sounds of the man making his way down the hallway and talking to Jax followed, making him smile even more than before. Dean knew that this was a casual thing, and that they were going to remain only friends, even if those friends did occasionally have a bit of naked fun together. Yet he already knew that he was lost, regardless if it was a good idea. No, he wasn't in love, but he was certainly hooked on the other man. Maybe it was just the loneliness of the years spent virtually on his own, combined with finally having a connection with someone. Maybe it was just Mikhail. Dean didn't know. What he did know was the man's laugh was infectious, that his smile warmed him, and that, hell, they hadn't done much more than fool around a little, and yet he was amazing. Everything from the feel of the man's skin to the deep, earthy smell that always seemed to hang around him. Dean had always thought that using smell to describe someone you were intimate with was strange, but not now. Not even a day into their new arrangement, he was already breaking the rules. That was fine, though. He would deal with it as it happened, and he would try to keep it from interfering in on their fun or their friendship. The last thing he wanted was to scare Mikhail off with all that nonsense of attachment and intimacy. There was no need to add complications just because he was getting a small crush on the man, even if that crush seemed to be getting bigger by the hour. right? Right. Chapter 7. That's an interesting picture. Mikhail's voice caught Dean's attention, pulling him away from his drifting mind. They were sprawled on opposite ends of the couch. Dean had been in the process of trying to get his brain to start functioning properly again. Mikhail had worked him over quite well with their last bit of fun, and Dean was finding it hard to regain his senses. He had spent the past several minutes of silence trying to achieve just that. He hummed in question, finally picking up his head enough to eye the other man. It had only been a week since their new arrangement began, but Mikhail seemed to be quite at ease. He certainly looked both comfortable and highly appealing, leaning back and relaxed on the arm of the couch. Once Dean was able to think a little more clearly, he would do his best to try to appreciate what he was seeing. Damn, that man looked good naked. The painting, Michael explained patiently, with a little smile and pointing over the couch. Dean had to pick himself up to see what Mikhail was gesturing at. His body protested the movement, clearly wanting to continue relaxing. When Dean spied the painting, he laughed and laid back in the comforting folds of the couch. I think it's a companion piece to a couple of others that are around here, he explained. My grandfather kept them throughout the house. I decided to put that one there. Like the others, the painting used dark tones with a few bright colors thrown in. A lone man stood, his back to a blazing fire. Facing outward, he stood before a large patch of darkening woods as twilight took over the sky. From the woods there came a faint yet identifiable shape of wolves prowling from the haven of the tree line. The man stood, a large walking stick in hand, his other hand extended outward toward the pack in an obvious gesture of calming welcome. There are others? Mikhail asked. Yeah, there's one where I'm pretty sure it's the same guy, walking with what I think is the same pack of wolves. Another is just a bunch of men dancing and singing around a fire. Sounds like a story. It is. My grandfather told it to me a few times at night when I was a kid. Mikhail smiled. Tell it to me. Dean shifted. It's been a little while, so I might not remember it too well. That's all right. Just tell me. All he could do was sigh and think back to the last time his grandfather had told him that story. Fittingly enough, they had been outside, near the woods, staring into a fire, very like the one in the painting. It had been his last summer at the farm, and was going into his senior year of high school. After that, he had been caught up in putting his life together, setting it up for the future. He was so sure of his future then, with no idea of the tragedy that was going to come his way. Our family has been on this land for quite a while, he began. Well before anyone from Europe ever thought of coming over here to live. Explains the skin, Mikhail joked, brushing his fingers along Dean's newly tanned skin. Dean laughed a little, catching the man's finger playfully. A little bit, but I'm kind of separated from it by a few generations. Grandfather never told me what the name of the tribe was that we came from, though. He always said that names have more power than we think, but they apparently weren't a tribe you'd find in any books. Mikhail's eyes found his. A mystery. All right, so what's so important about this tribe? Honestly, my grandfather was pretty vague about things like that when I was younger. Said he'd tell me in due time, if he thought I was ready to know. He knew a lot about a lot, but he also had some strange beliefs, too. Even my mom didn't know what to think of it. Truth be told, it wasn't until after I was in college that I even learned he'd never told her half the stuff he'd told me. Over the phone, he just said that he never got the right feeling from her, whatever that meant. Feeling? Yeah. He wouldn't explain. Dean traced over the memories and stories flitting through his mind. Okay, Mikhail said slowly, propping himself up a little higher. So what did he tell you about the tribe? Dean managed to rouse himself from his old memories and continued. They had been here for quite a while. There were stories in the tribe about watching, well, Grandpa called it Luna, but watching Luna come to be in the sky above them. Mikhail's brow rose. They claimed to know when the moon showed up? Well, not when exactly. There wasn't really a timetable in the stories. But yeah, there was a story about the fire that lit the skies, the dark clouds in the sky. You know, pretty much everything you would expect from something huge hitting the planet. Don't know if I really believe it, and can't say I know that much about science to say if that's remotely accurate or even possible. Mikhail said nothing, only watching Dean as he continued. Anyway, Grandpa said that Luna coming to life in the sky heralded a new age for their people. Now you could see at night sometimes, but it apparently also brought power. Power? Dean grinned. Moon magic. Well, not really, but apparently the moon showing up awakened something in the tribe. Grandpa wasn't too clear, but it caused some differences in the tribe, and they split apart after that. Dunno what happened to the ones who left, but the ones that stayed were better at living off the land. Every one of them were wise in ways of the land. Basically, they were really good at maintaining the land, growing stuff, taking care of animals, stuff like that. Mikhail eyed Dean carefully, a hint of a smile on his otherwise serious face. So your ancestors said that the moon made them really good farmers? Dean laughed. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there were stories of individuals who could do more than just grow things really well. They could actually speak to the land, and even some of the animals too. I don't know the full range of powers they claimed to have, but these few were really tuned into the earth and to the land. They were highly respected by their people, kind of like how a shaman or medicine man would be in some other part of the world. Except they didn't talk to spirits, they dealt with the physical, the land. Mikhail looked thoughtful. So the moon made them really good farmers, and sometimes badass druids. I think you've been watching fantasy movies too much. I don't think the druids in Europe were like that, but what do I know? It wasn't like random magical beliefs were something I really studied. I took a different elective. What, fucking 101? Mikhail asked with a devilish grin on his face. Actually, yeah, Dean chuckled. Human sexuality was offered, so I took it. It was interesting enough and not too difficult, so it was an easy credit. I'm guessing they didn't give hands-on lessons either, Mikhail said, eyeing the other man with a familiar look. Dean held up a warning finger. Don't you dare, horn dog. I'm still recovering. Let me get some of my energy back before you decide to attack. Fine, Mikhail replied in a drawn-out way. Was that all your grandfather told you? No, there was more. Our people, after generations, discovered another tribe. These people had been changed by the coming of Luna as well, but it was their spirits that had changed. See, apparently something had happened, and the coming of Luna had fused the spirit of beasts inside these men and women. Beasts? Yeah, they could walk as men and women, or they could walk as the beast that they were imbued with. It didn't stop at just one generation, obviously, since they had been like that, or so they claimed, since the coming of Luna. They gained strength the stronger Luna was, so I'm thinking that meant full or not full moon. Our people were the opposite. The less strong that Luna was, the better everything our people had apparently picked up would be. Mikhail's frown deepened. Why the opposite? You know, I asked Grandpa about that once, and all he said was Saul. Soul? Dean laughed. No, not soul. Sol. S-O-L. A name some people have used for the sun. Like I said, he didn't go into it that much, but he said our people thrived on the strength of the sun and the weakness of the moon. This other tribe was the total opposite. Mikhail thought on that for a moment, nodding slowly. Okay, so what happened? People are people, I guess, no matter the generation. Who would have thought? Anyways, there was a lot of fighting that went down between the two tribes. Both wanted to claim the land as theirs, and nobody was willing to share. Eventually, some big-ass thing happened and made them stop trying to kill each other. Grandpa called it a bond that crossed the boundaries of hate and distrust. Don't ask me what. Probably some Romeo and Juliet stuff. Even the mystical people of history were suckers for romance, but whatever it was, it did the trick. They got some peace long enough to sit down, talk things over, and eventually came to an agreement. Wait, so these people had just fought one another for no reason, then made up for some other reason? Mikhail asked, his confusion evident. Dean shook his head. It wasn't for no reason. Both wanted the land. It was apparently very special. But I remember Grandpa saying something once about others. I don't know what the others were, but not all of the people who were changed by Luna flying in turned out all that great. He told me that I should remember this, that magic isn't just good and evil, it just is. But sometimes it can get twisted up by accident or choice, and people are the same way. I'm guessing there wasn't a lot of land like it, and they had a border dispute. They made up only because they were both losing people and didn't want to get wiped out. Well, aren't you the cynical one? Mikhail asked with another laugh. No, that's just how a lot of battles and wars in history go. Everyone has their reasons for the war, but then there's the story they tell afterward to make it all seem better. Just look at how two people are after they fight, then apply it to a whole country or nations. Dean shrugged. He didn't consider it cynical, just realistic. That's fair, Mikhail agreed, his fingers now tracing a circle on Dean's calf. So... Dean was finding himself a little distracted by the other man's touch. Even this light gesture was enough to make it difficult to focus on anything but the movements of the man's fingers on his skin. This was so much more than a normal rebound reaction to him having been deprived of real human contact like this for so long. It was all about this man, and he damn well knew it. He was already tumbling down a long path that would probably bring him a nothing but trouble, and maybe more than a little heartache. So what did they settle on? Mikhail persisted, poking Dean playfully. Oh, well, because of their differences, they settled on an arrangement. The people who could talk to the earth, the listeners, would use their gifts to care for the land and share its bounty. They would keep an eye out for dangers to the land when the other tribe wasn't up to full strength. The listeners became the watchers, but the others, Luna's children, agreed to be the brawn of the operation. They could have contact with the spirit world because they were two spirits in one body, but they were, well, if you can turn into an animal with a human mind, it makes you pretty scary. So they became the guardians, the ones who could defend the land from the outsiders and the others. Huh, Mikhail grunted. And that worked? I guess it appeared to work pretty well for them, because that was the story that kept getting passed down, even long after everyone forgot what this place even looked like before it was settled by the Europeans. Now it's just a story that occasionally gets told now and again. There's probably some cousins of mine out there somewhere who know these stories, but I wouldn't know who to even ask. He noted the serious look on Mikhail's face. The man truly appeared to be giving everything he had just said some serious thought. Even more, he looked as if he were analyzing Dean, trying to find something. Dean hadn't thought the old stories were anything more than amusing tales passed down through the generations. Even when he was a boy and his grandfather had first told the story of the coming of Luna, he hadn't taken them seriously. Stories were stories. They weren't the same thing as reality. Hey, you were looking way too serious over some old stories, Dean said, cocking his head at the other man curiously. Mikhail looked closely at him. Don't you think there's some truth to them? Dean blinked. He hadn't expected Mikhail would be so fascinated. Well, yeah, I mean, There might be something to the part of them being around when the moon showed up. Like I said, I don't know my science well enough to know if people were even around back then. But everything else? Come on. I don't believe any of that. It's just fun. I bet your grandfather was a believer. Well, yeah. Dean shifted uncomfortably. But that's Grandpa for you. He wasn't a stupid man, and he was nobody's fool, that's for sure. But that doesn't mean he wasn't allowed to believe some strange things, and he did. And just because I respected him doesn't mean I'm going to go along with every strange belief he had. Maybe he wanted me to believe them a little. I don't know, but I don't. Mikhail nodded slowly. The thoughtful expression on the man's face was confusing Dean. Did he actually believe what Dean had just told him? There was no reason to believe any of it, really. Every family had their old stories, and there were plenty of strange and weird things passed down by different types of people all over the world. If even a quarter of those legends and myths were true, the world would be overrun with monsters and all kinds of craziness. He didn't really know too much about different aspects of science, but he certainly knew it did a better job of explaining the world than anything else he'd heard in his time on Earth. Hey, Dean nudged Mikhail again. Are you believing that stuff? Maybe. Mikhail grinned suddenly, the grave expression on his face disappearing in an instant. His fingers found their way back to Dean's legs, sliding forward. Dean grunted in surprise, leaning forward to accept the kiss the other man had laid on him. Fire lit in his gut again, and he leaned back as Mikhail pushed him onto the couch. But more importantly, I believe we're both up for round 2. Dean laughed, letting Mikhail spread his legs, their conversation quickly becoming forgotten as he watched Mikhail dip low. Chapter 8. So, you've never told me about your family, Dean said finally, breaking the silence between them. They sat on the porch, which was now repaired, watching the sun setting in the distance. In the few weeks that had passed since they had begun their little arrangement, the two of them spent a lot of their free time together. This also meant that they were physically close pretty often. Dean rather liked that he could sit next to Mikhail on the steps, leaning against him ever so lightly, taking advantage of the warmth of the other man's body as they relaxed. Mikhail shifted away slightly so he could gaze down at Dean with an unreadable expression. No, not really. It's not something I talk about too often, you know. Dean nodded. They'd shared quite a bit back and forth, but this was one topic that Mikhail had never broached. Dean had certainly picked up on that fact there was more to the story than a simple shrug and an easy smile. He had been around the man enough now to see when Mikhail was sidestepping something that was truly bothering him. Mikhail sighed. We just don't see eye to eye on things. Things? Dean asked, not wanting to say too much if Mikhail might start talking. Yeah, mostly about what I'm doing with my life. If you think town people are a little ridiculous about things, you should see people in the Grove. They're not at all quite as strict as my family, but there are plenty that are. They don't think we should have too much to do with outsiders, as they call them. It's stupid. Dean cocked his head, then realized he had unconsciously adopted one of Mikhail's gestures. So, I'm guessing they weren't too big on you taking up a job in town. That's a pretty mild way of putting it, Mikhail snorted. We're big on family and community, though. That's probably the only thing that keeps my parents from going too crazy on me. They still ain't happy about it, but at least they've stopped bringing it up every day. Dean frowned, looking out at the work that Mikhail had done in the past few weeks. The coops were up, the barn repaired, and an extra storage shed had even been put together. The house had been repaired, both inside and out, and the outside was painted and fresh. The fence was repaired. Hell, the man had even made up a nice new mailbox for the end of the driveway leading from his property to the road. Between all that and the work he'd done himself, plus the crops in the field and the animals milling about, the place finally looked complete. "I would think they'd be a little proud, at least," he said finally, still frowning. "You helped me put this place back together. I couldn't have done this without you, you know." Mikhail smiled a little. "I'm glad you're happy with how it came out. It means that you can really be settled in, and I know that's what you wanted from the start." Dean nodded, entwining his fingers with Mikhail's. The other men glanced down at their hands, staring at the sight in silence. Dean supposed that he probably should have been a little more cautious with his displays of affection. There hadn't been much of a change in the way that they did things. Hell, they hadn't even fully slept together yet, though Dean had privately bought the lube and condoms they would need. The only thing that had really changed had been his feelings. While Mikhail seemed as relaxed and at home with the arrangement as ever, Dean's feelings had only deepened. It wasn't the best of situations to have gotten himself stuck in, but who could ever control how they felt? Perhaps it wasn't totally true that Michael had stayed the same about everything. Dean had been growing a little worried as the man neared finishing up the projects in the house. With the passing of each day bringing them closer to the day Mikhail no longer needed to be out working on the farm, the quieter the man had become. This day of work was the last, and it was finished. Mikhail had been almost completely silent, save for the little bit of storytelling he had done. It set Dean's nerves on edge, but there was nothing that he could really do. Well, besides hope that Mikhail would still find a reason to come out this way every now and then, even if it just was for a chat. "It's about that time," Mikhail said finally, his voice soft. He ran his fingers through Dean's hair one last time before standing and making for his truck. Each step the man took brought Dean closer and closer to the reality of the situation. Mikhail was leaving, and honestly, Dean didn't know if he was ever coming back. Yet he just sat there, watching the man go. Mikhail stopped as he opened the truck door, turning to stare in Dean's direction, head turned to the side ever so slightly. His face was almost unreadable, and what could be read was confusing but intense. Dean had no idea what the other man was even thinking about. A strange thought entered his mind. The strange lupine addition to the farm. Well, the wolf wasn't really an addition, but he did make an appearance now and again. It was enough for him that he'd learned the beast wasn't intent on causing him harm or trouble. It would just sit or stand, wherever Dean discovered it at night, and watch him. Sometimes it just walked away, back into the woods from where it had come, and other times it waited until Dean walked off on his own accord. It was absurd, but Dean thought that Mikhail's face bore the exact same look of the wolf. It was predatory, sure, but it was also thoughtful, the wondering expression of a primal animal with far more intelligence than most people gave it credit for. Dean couldn't shake the comparison, no matter how utterly ridiculous it seemed. His fingers found the necklace around his neck, twiddling the pendant idly. He heard a soft snort from Mikhail as the man's face shifted into a smile before he waved and hopped into the truck. Dean watched the taillights as they pulled onto the path and headed toward the road. Long after all signs of the truck had faded away, he sat there, staring into the night. Eventually, he managed to pick himself up off the step, his chest tight, his heart heavy. It was silly to have gotten so attached to Mikhail. The carpenter? Who gets hung up on the strong and sweaty carpenter? The man was just supposed to help him a bit with the repairs he couldn't do by himself. That was it. Their friendship had been a surprise, the sexual attraction a bonus, or a curse. But to let it go further, that was just foolish. He'd gone to bed pondering that foolishness. He would bet that Mikhail had become aware of his feelings, hence the quiet behavior. It could very well be that he was never coming back, spooked away because Dean had gotten too attached, like a fool. Dean finally went to sleep that night, still trying to make peace with the idea that Mikhail was never coming back. The next few days would serve as a test of his resolution on the matter. While he hadn't expected to see Mikhail on the road the next day, he found himself hoping he would. As it turned out, the following day was worse for him, and the day after that was more difficult still. He tried to settle down, even as he threw himself headlong back into his work. Chiding himself for even worrying over it was absolutely no help at all, serving only to remind him of his troubles and failings. As stupid as it had been to let himself develop feelings for Mikhail, it wouldn't be any less so if he gave himself a hard time over it. If anything, it made him melancholy. He missed the other man's ability to make him laugh and brighten his days. This difficult time stretched beyond those first days, and he found that it really didn't get much easier. Dean's logical reasons justifying Mikhail's failure to return were falling apart. The busy with another job rationale failed after the first weekend passed with no visit. Mikhail took his weekends off very seriously, and if he'd wanted to come by, he would have. It was a stretch, but Dean even went so far as to say that perhaps he had taken a vacation and would be back before long. That flimsy excuse didn't hold up much longer than midway into the second week. About the time all the justifications and excuses Dean could come up with had lost their luster, the depth of the sadness hit him. Even if Mikhail's feelings didn't mirror his own, he had really believed the other man had cared for him, at least a little. It was hard to believe that he'd misread Mikhail so badly, and had somehow thought him seriously invested enough to maintain some sort of relationship into the future. Even if it meant no sexual play, and they settled back just the uncomplicated friendship they'd enjoyed, Dean would have gladly taken it. He was drawn to the man, but it didn't mean that he had to go slap romance into the mix and expect it to work. Apparently, Mikhail had caught wind of it and had decided to get away from the mess before it really started. It took Dean some serious thinking time, and finally, well into one of the nights a few weeks after the day Mikhail left, he reached his conclusion. Mikhail wasn't pretending, or rather, hadn't been pretending. If anything, he had been completely genuine, and it wasn't his fault that Dean had gone and added an extra complication to the whole mess. It was more likely that he knew Dean was feeling this way about him and had decided to keep his distance. Why Mikhail thought complete radio silence was the way to go, Dean didn't know or understand. He would simply have to find a way to get a hold of Mikhail and try to explain things to him. There was no reason for their friendship to suffer simply because Dean had feelings for him that went beyond friendship. Dean was a big boy. He could deal with not having what his stupid heart wanted at the moment. Given the chance, he would explain to Mikhail how he really felt about the whole situation. The friendship was far more important than a romantic relationship any day. And that was all there was to it. His thoughts were interrupted by a glint of light in the darkness. Instinct took hold and he froze, realizing how late it was and that he was quite vulnerable, sitting, as he was, at the bottom step of his porch. It wasn't until the light shone again that he recognized the pair of glowing eyes in the dark. "Hey, haven't seen you in a while, bud," he said as the wolf moved into sight. It stopped to stare at him. I thought you'd left me too." He laughed, almost wishing he could pet the animal. Calm and non-threatening as the animal was, it was still a wolf, and he wasn't stupid. If he wanted to pet something, he'd just cuddle up with Jax. The dog was lying calmly on the other side of the screen door, barely even stirring as the wolf approached. Dean was never quite sure if the dog even knew the wolf was there. The wolf cocked his head at him, bringing a sad smile to Dean's face. "You look a lot like a friend of mine when you do that, you know." A snort was all he received. "Well, you do. Or at least, I thought he was a friend." Pretty sure I scared him off, though. He hasn't been around for a few weeks, and I'm pretty sure it's my fault. No response. Not that he had been expecting one. I never had many friends, you know. Even growing up, I wasn't that good at making friends. I wouldn't have minded a few friends now and again, but I guess I just got used to being alone. Then I meet this guy, and we really hit it off. I thought we were going to be really great friends. When you come to a quiet place like this, you'll want to make a few friends. Nice as the quiet is, now it seems too quiet without him around. The wolf didn't sit, instead just shifting slightly, keeping its gaze steady on Dean. It's weird to think you had a close friend and then have him just disappear like that. I think even Jax has looked for him a few times, though it's kinda hard to tell. He's always sniffing around for no reason. So, this guy has a way of taking up a whole space with just his existence, you know? The whole farm seems too quiet without him, out here hammering at something, swearing at the project he's working on, or cracking bad jokes at me across the field. The animal cocked its head in the other direction, but made no further movement. Wish I could talk to him. I never was much of a talker, though you probably think I'm lying since I'm sitting here babbling at you, but it's true. People always seem like they don't care. They're too busy to really listen. They just want something specific from you. They're just passing the time. All sorts of stuff. But he listened, and he talked, like really talked. It was so easy to talk to him too, about anything. That's kind of a big thing to find in someone when you've never really been able to talk to people before. He sighed, feeling spent from the excessive one-sided conversation streak he'd been on. The wolf eyed him with that same curiosity that it always had. Dean would swear it seemed the wolf would have plenty to say if given the chance. Either that, or it was really thinking long and hard about something all the time. You're a weird animal. I hope you know that, he snorted, waving the animal off. Go on with you. Go be a normal wolf and go hunt something. Not me, of course, but I guess you would have by now if you were so inclined. It gave a slight sniff, sounding almost offended. Dean watched it turn and walk off, amused that the animal seemed to listen to him. Hell, for all he knew, the animal could understand him, which probably meant it thought he was a complete idiot by now. Not much could invalidate this either, considering he had just sat here and spilled his guts to an animal. Well, a wild animal. It was totally different when he talked to Jax or Nix, of course. The whole thing seemed to make him feel a little better, though. Talking out his problems made him feel a little more stable and on a more even keel, having gotten it out there into the universe as he had. It made him more resolute in his decision to try and get in touch with Mikhail. There was no guarantee that reaching out would make a bit of difference in the long run, but he would kick himself forever if he didn't at least try. He still had the number for Mikhail's boss somewhere in the house. That was a good place to start as any, and maybe he would get lucky and catch Mikhail while he was around. He knew that Mikhail didn't have a phone of his own, and that there were no phones in the Grove, as far as he knew. So, that being the only option available, he had his plan. First, he would pick himself up from these steps and stop feeling sorry for himself. There would be plenty of time to mope if he didn't succeed in contacting Mikhail and get a chance to explain. Come morning, he would make the call. If that didn't work, he would try again, and keep trying. At least until he felt like he was being too annoying, or until he managed to succeed. This was the first sound plan he'd had in a while, and it did wonders for his nerves. It might not work out the way he hoped, but at least it was something to work with. With his nerves settled enough to function, he did in fact pick himself up off the step. He nudged Jax awake and coaxed him upstairs. He glanced toward the half-full moon up in the big black sky and silently prayed that something good would come of this. Chapter 9. It would be another week before he had any sort of result from his attempts to contact McHale. The sound of the familiar truck approaching the house could be heard from his place in the kitchen. McHale was jumping down from the cab of the truck just as Dean stepped out onto the front porch. For a moment, he could feel his breath catch in his throat as he caught sight of the man. The long, well-muscled body held snugly in his clothes, and the flash of those hazel eyes as they looked up at him took his breath away. Even the serious expression on his face was wonderful to see, though his heart was beating a little harder than he wanted it to. Lord, he had to get hold of himself, or he was going to be a mess before he even started. The last thing he needed was to end up a tongue-tied idiot just because his body was betraying him. "Hey," he said as he stepped up onto the porch. For a moment, Dean was tempted to sit down on the step as he was used to doing, but he thought better of it. McHale didn't look exactly at home, or like he was going to be staying long. He hadn't even smiled, not in the slightest. Already, Dean could feel his heart sinking. "Hey." McHale's response was quiet, and he shifted a little as he stood in front of the steps. "How have you been?" Dean asked, feeling his own voice going quiet and sounding almost meek. He didn't like how unsure he was suddenly feeling. He had felt better this past week, more self-assured, but that confidence was quickly leaving him with each passing second. McHale was obviously uncomfortable and clearly didn't want to be there. "Fine. So, I'm guessing you wanted to talk to me?" It wasn't a question. "Kinda." "Kinda? You've been blowing up the old man's phone every day this week." Dean winced at the tone of accusation. "Was it that bad?" McHale snorted. "Well, now he thinks I screwed up on the job, so he chased me out to get me to figure out what was going on, since you wouldn't tell him what was wrong." Dean's gaze fell to his feet, his heart sinking in his chest at the man's words. McHale hadn't come out to the farm because he'd wanted to. His boss had forced him to. That scored pretty high on the list of things Dean hadn't wanted to hear. McHale definitely did not want to be here, but Dean had forced his hand. But all he could do at this point was to continue with his plan, albeit with considerably less enthusiasm than he had begun with. "Sorry," Dean sighed. "But you know, it's been a few weeks. I kind of wanted to explain myself a little." McHale eyed him warily. "Explain yourself? About what?" Dean scoffed. "Come on, McHale. If it had been a week or whatever, I wouldn't even be saying anything. But it's been a bit longer than that. You've been avoiding me completely. That's not so hard to pick up on." It was McHale's turn to sigh now, shuffling on the spot. "Look, it's not personal. It's not that I want to avoid you. It's just—" He was cut off by Dean's raised hand. "Look, I know that you know, okay? I haven't exactly been subtle about it, so I'm sorry, okay? I know it was just supposed to be some friendship with a little fun sex thrown in. Then I went and started having feelings and getting attached in ways I shouldn't have, on all that mess. I know you picked up on it, and I don't blame you for backing away from it once you had the chance, though I wished you would have at least said something first. But that's not really important. What matters is that at the end of the day, I know I can just be friends with you, without all that extra stuff, if that's—" Dean faltered at McHale's utterly stunned expression. "What?" McHale's expression shifted to a guarded worry. The fear began to creep up on Dean as he watched the man struggle for a moment with his words. Holy shit, Dean thought. Had McHale not known at all what he had been feeling? Had he just opened his mouth and made the situation worse than it was to begin with? "Dean," McHale began, struggling. Look, it's not that I wondered, but that's not why, man. It's really better for you if I don't come around much anymore, okay? I'm not supposed to—" Now it was Dean's turn to frown. Your family? Mikhail glanced back up, worry on his face. Yeah, it's complicated. I don't want to drag you into my mess. Bad enough that I was dealing with town. It's even worse that I made friends with someone for real this time. They don't want me dealing with town too much. And you're not even town. You're an outsider. They're just, they're worse than usual, man. I don't want you dragged into this. It can get bad. Because you're friends with me? If Mikhail hadn't been looking directly at him when he asked the question, Dean probably would have missed the reaction on his face. That anxious pain that Dean knew too well, and just how much the man hadn't wanted to be away. Mikhail was feeling guilty, but even worse, his face showed a flash of longing. It was gone the next instant, but Dean had seen it all very clearly. You too? Dean stepped down before Mikhail could question himself. So, more than just friends, is it? Mikhail's expression was pained, and it was obvious he was trying to deny the truth. It was equally obvious that he wasn't too pleased that Dean had stepped close. Yet he seemed even more disturbed at his own failure to step back. Dean wished he could read Mikhail's mind at the moment, to know exactly what was going on in there. The only consolation he had was that Mikhail hadn't retreated from him, even though he was still eyeing him warily. Christ, it's true, Dean breathed. Dean reached out to take his hand. Mikhail tensed, and for a moment, Dean thought he might yank his hand back, or even bolt. The moment stretched on before Mikhail's hand finally relaxed into his own. Mikhail made a soft sound that Dean would almost dare to call a whimper as he gave in on the touch and curled his fingers around Dean's hand. Fine, Mikhail said, pained. It's true. I wondered if you felt that way, because I was feeling it too. Being around you has been so... I can't help myself, you know? I can't help but give in to the feeling when I'm with you, and I don't want to be away from you like this, man. It has really sucked. Dean bit his bottom lip. How did they even find out? Mikhail shifted uncomfortably. They have their ways. There's more to the Grove than we let on, and my family, well, they're the closest to what you'd call leaders for the Grove. So knowing stuff about everyone in the Grove is kinda their thing. I don't want you to get in worse trouble than you already are. That brought a snort from the larger man. They aren't going to do anything except irritate me. I just don't want you dragged into this mess. I know I keep saying that, but it's true. You don't deserve it. But what if I don't mind? You don't know what you're saying, and that's why you can say it. Dean paused at that, giving it some actual thought. In truth, what he knew about the Grove and its people was rather lacking. He couldn't claim to know what sort of problems would come his way if he were to push for this. Then again, he remembered all too clearly how he felt and how Mikhail apparently felt, and he remembered his grandfather and the man's discussion of paths, especially those not traveled. If you weren't worried about that, would you want more? Dean's heart raced as he asked the question, proud of himself for sounding far calmer than he felt. There was another pause as Mikhail stared at him. Yes. Dean smiled, stepping a little closer. Okay, so why not? Mikhail eyed him, still wary. You say that like it's not a big thing to worry about. Maybe it is, Dean admitted, slowly slipping a hand around Mikhail's waist. I'm not going to stand here and say that I understand exactly what you're worried about, but... Mikhail gave in to the touch, gradually relaxing into the embrace. The worry never left his face, but he relaxed. Dean's heart rate picked up again as he felt Mikhail willingly give in to the moment. Mikhail was hard against him, in more ways than one. It wasn't difficult to notice the man's cock pressing against him as his fingers found their way under the back of the man's shirt, brushing his warm skin. "Dean," Mikhail said, his pupils dilating, his expression beginning to shift. "Stay?" Dean whispered, looking up completely to stare at the other man. It was as much a question as it was a statement. They both knew what he wanted from Mikhail. Hell, from the way the man didn't fight him, it was obvious that Mikhail wanted it just as much. All he needed was for Mikhail to stop fighting it, to just let him have this. He couldn't figure out what the hell had brought this about for either one of them, but it was here, and it wasn't easily ignored. Mikhail seemed to struggle with his words, unable to form a reply. After a moment, he reached a conclusion in his mind. Strong arms curled around Dean and pulled him in, their bodies flush against one another. Dean had only a moment to stare up into the other man's eyes before Mikhail bent his head and gently pressed Dean's mouth with his own. Hate flashed through Dean at the kiss, his body immediately feeling both electrified and weak. A soft murmur escaped him, and he quickly brought his hand up, entangling his fingers into Mikhail's thick, soft hair. Mikhail's hand pressed at the small of his back, pulling him in even tighter. The kiss was stronger than the others had been. Both men now more honest in their emotion than they had been before. Mikhail was as forward and confident as ever, but also slow and searching. Dean could feel the man's will against his, and he bent to it this time, without a fight. The air seemed to grow warmer around them as Mikhail's hand roamed his body, strong fingers on his back, sliding to his ass, around his hips. The possessive grip of the man's hands on his hips and ass told him everything that he needed to know. "Upstairs to my room," he whispered, feeling a little out of breath as he gazed up at the other man. He wouldn't remember the actual trip up the stairs later, when he tried to recall it all a bit more clearly. Mikhail had certainly taken to the suggestion with great vigor. They had somehow managed the path leading into the house and up the stairs. With all their grabbing, fondling, kissing, and gripping, it was a miracle that they had made it to the second floor without a single mishap. He did remember quite clearly how the door had flown open before them, and how Mikhail had made short work of picking him up and chucking him onto the bed with a grunt. Before Dean had recovered from the sudden movement, Mikhail was atop him once more. His fingers fought with the loose button-up shirt that Dean was wearing, but his hurried fingers were unable to undo the small buttons. With a growl that sent a shiver down Dean's spine, Mikhail gave up trying. A quick tug, and the buttons sprang away from Dean's shirt and clattered onto the floor. Having torn away to his prize, Mikhail latched his warm mouth onto Dean's collarbone, the possessive teeth nipping and drawing a strangled noise from Dean's lips. As a team, they managed to remove Mikhail's shirt, and in the struggle for the first time, Dean cursed the tighter shirts that Mikhail was so fond of wearing. But soon the man's bare chest was against his, drawing another soft sound of pleasure from Dean as he felt the heat pouring off it. The scent of earth and sawdust, the smell of Mikhail, filled his nostrils. Even as Mikhail groped at him, Dean worked just as hard to return the favor. His own hands gripped Mikhail's hips, bringing their groins down to grind against each other. Both men groaned at the sudden sensation, thrusting by instinct. Mikhail nipped at Dean's bottom lip in response, dragging his teeth along the sensitive skin before claiming his mouth as his own once more. Dean gave way to the dominance, still pulling the man against him. "Too many clothes," Mikhail growled against his mouth. They began fighting with their jeans. Thankfully, the buttons were far more willing to work with them, and they kicked out of their pants. The hard length of Mikhail's cock hung below him, brushing against the covered length of Dean's own arousal. "You and your underwear," the man muttered, hooking his fingers into the waistband and jerking them down until Dean's body was free. He didn't have time to respond before Mikhail's warm mouth descended, pressing between his groin and inner thigh, teeth scraping against the sensitive flesh. His hips lifted as he gasped, fingers digging into the sheet as Mikhail switched sides. The man's tongue ran the length from his balls to the tip of his hard cock. God, Mikhail, don't, or I'll... Dean watched the man's mouth, ready to wrap around the head of his cock. He didn't want to come, not now. He wanted to draw it out and make it last. If the other man went after his cock now, he was sure to lose it. Fine, Mikhail replied, with what Dean could only call a feral grin. I have another idea, then. Before he could ask what that was, Mikhail's strong hands were on his hips and he was flipped onto his stomach. Work-toughened warm hands ran down his back, over the curve of his ass, and back up his back and over his shoulders, fingers strong and searching. Dean could only shiver under the touch. Fucking beautiful, Mikhail growled. Dean felt his warm breath on his inner thigh. His head bowed forward as Mikhail's tongue ran up his leg, across the skin, behind his balls and up, and... Jesus, Mikhail! He gasped as the man's tongue swept over his sensitive hole. Mikhail only hummed in response, his tongue testing and then pressing beyond the ring of muscle. Dean squirmed at the man's tongue pushed into him. He didn't know where the hell Mikhail had learned that, but the man's tongue was quickly discovering all the sensitive points inside of him. He would never own up to the pitiful noises he made as Mikhail's tongue swirled inside of him. His hips pressed against the mattress, instinctively seeking the release that he was suddenly craving. It felt like Mikhail's tongue was inside him forever, especially after the other man grabbed hold of him and prevented him from grinding effectively against the bed. Pleasure coursed up and down his body as the man's mouth worked. Mikhail's voice came from below as the sensation ceased. Supplies? Dean weakly pointed to the nearby bedside table. In the drawer. The other man rolled over and opened it up, pausing. He reached in and pulled out an impressive dildo that he held up for Dean to explain. Dean chuckled, turning a little pink. I said I wasn't getting laid. That doesn't mean I don't like have a little extra fun when I get off. Mikhail raised a brow, examining the dildo. Well, at least it means I know you can take me. You're a bit bigger than that, but yeah. He watched the other man pull the condoms and lube out. His breath caught when Mikhail hesitated, holding up the condoms with the same cocked brow on his face. Hell, the other man was asking if they really needed them. Dean was fully aware of his own status, of course, even though he had never gone bare with anyone before. He had been too paranoid. Mikhail seemed to trust him. Dean shook his head. Not if you don't want to. Fuck, Mikhail grunted, tossing the condoms back into the drawer. I want to come inside you, man. Fuck those things. The man's comment took him from a little nervous about going bare to full-blown aroused. Now, all he wanted was to feel the other man deep inside him when he came. His comparison of Mikhail's cock to the dildo wasn't inaccurate, though. He was going to be feeling it no matter what. He had been so lost in his thoughts for a moment that he hadn't really heard the crack of the bottle opening. It was the cool feeling of the lube-covered fingers against his hole that brought him back to reality. The sensation of fingers pressing into him brought out a soft gasp as he tried to adjust to the intrusion. The muscles quickly responded, still relaxed from the action of Mikhail's tongue just moments ago, and Dean let the sensation wash over him. Mikhail took his time, sliding the pair of fingers into Dean, then out again, his other hand resting on the small of Dean's back. His fingers weren't exactly small, and they patiently spread apart inside of him, working against the ring of muscles. Dean knew Mikhail was anxious to get moving, and so was he. He pressed back against the man's hand, earning another finger, and felt the sensation of the muscles stretching once more. He groaned into the pillow that he'd buried his face into, still pushing his hips back onto the man's hand. What he really wanted was for Mikhail to get it over with and get that cock inside of him. "You don't quit it. I'm not going to be patient," Mikhail warned with a low, gravelly growl. "Screw patient, just fuck me already," Dean shot back over his shoulder, giving his hips another shove backwards to emphasize the point. "Your funeral." He pulled his fingers free from Dean's ass, already missing the feeling of something inside of him, of Mikhail inside of him. Dean rocked his ass back in anticipation. The sound of the lube bottle being opened again told him he wouldn't have to wait long. Mikhail positioned each of his long legs on either side of Dean before getting himself in position. The blunt tip pressed against his hole, and he felt Mikhail embrace him on the bed just before pushing forward. First there was nothing but the pressure against him. Then the muscles lost their fight, and the head of Mikhail's cock slipped in. Dean's gasp drew out into a hiss as the burn hit him. He was thankful the man had gotten as far as 3 fingers. Otherwise, that little surprise would have been a lot worse. He felt Mikhail pause at his reaction, the man's body tense as he waited to sink into Dean. Dean wasn't much more patient at this point. What was a little burn? He pushed his hips back onto the man's cock, another few inches slipping into him suddenly, making both men cry out. Dean was determined, pulling his hips forward only to push them back once more. Mikhail grabbed his hips, shoving them down into the mattress. He leaned forward now, his breath hot against Dean's neck. Dean thought Mikhail was going to say something, but instead felt the man push forward. The moan that came from his lips was low and drawn out. Mikhail sank into him, rocking back to sink in again, rocking himself into Dean. The press of Mikhail's hips against him sent another shiver up his spine. Yeah, he was definitely bigger than the dildo, and Dean couldn't remember ever feeling quite this full. "Fuck, you're warm," he panted, wriggling under the big man's weight. Mikhail only responded by pulling out about halfway, then shoving back into Dean, wiping out whatever he might have said to follow up. As aggressive and dominant as Mikhail had been when they had just been fooling around, it was obvious to a greater degree now. The man had pushed himself back so that he was once again kneeling behind Dean as he fucked him. The strokes were deep, slower at first, but quickly picking up their pace. Strong hands gripped his waist once more, pulling him back into the thrusts. No one had ever been as deep inside of him as Mikhail was at that moment. His ass burned from the sheer strength of the thrusts, pain mingling so wonderfully with pleasure. Mikhail filled him again and again, Dean's body jumping under the force of the thrusting. Dean was beyond words as Mikhail fucked him hard, and it seemed the other man was in the same position. Mikhail's fingers dug into the skin of his hips, bringing him against his thrusting body with a growl each time. Dean's own cock pressed hard against the mattress, just barely managing to find the friction that he needed. They weren't going to last long like this, but Dean didn't give a shit. Suddenly, Mikhail was pulling out of him, bringing a faint whimper of protest from Dean. The bite of Mikhail's nails met his hips, rolling him over again. The man was above him, bringing Dean's legs around his waist. Then the hard cock was inside him once more, the press of the man inside of him, filling him completely. In this position, Dean could see Mikhail's face. It wasn't as deep like this, but it was infinitely better. Mikhail's eyes burned into his before the man bent over and claimed his mouth. Every bit of need and hunger poured out of them as their mouths fought. Dean was barely managing to breathe as Mikhail's cock and mouth stole his strength from him. Mikhail's position changed again, and Dean cried out, a sudden jolt of pleasure rocking his body. His legs tightened around Mikhail's waist, his hands digging into the warm flesh of the man's back. Mikhail drove him forward again and again, thrusting into the spot that had Dean crying out each time. His cock jumped between them, his body careening toward the inevitable orgasm. Come for me, Dean. Come with me, deep inside of you. Mikhail's voice was so unbelievably low. Dean didn't have the strength to wonder at how he had never managed to come without jerking off first. The man's cock drove into him too damn well for him to muster the strength. When his orgasm came, it hit him with brutal strength. His body tightened once more around Mikhail, the man's name falling from his lips. Warmth pooled onto his upper body as his cock jumped, shooting between their writhing bodies. Mikhail's thrusts drove the pleasure through the roof, his body taut as it released. Above him, Mikhail cried out as Dean's body bore down around him, squeezing on the man's cock. All sense of control was stripped from the man, his thrusts now wild and erratic. Through the haze of his orgasm, Dean could swear he felt the man's cock swell even more as he gave a last thrust into him. Mikhail's teeth flashed, sinking into the muscles of Dean's shoulder. Both men cried out as Mikhail poured into the man beneath him. When Dean came to his senses, wading through the fog of his orgasm, he realized Mikhail had collapsed on top of him. The man's chest rose and fell rapidly, trying to catch breath. Dean reached up, stroking his fingers through Mikhail's damp hair. Low noises came from him, encouraging and soft where his words seemed to fail him. The warmth that filled him completely made his movements languid and gentle. Mikhail roused himself enough to pull free gently from Dean. Dean felt empty as Mikhail got up to get them something to clean up with. Dean didn't miss the slight wobble in his steps as he came back. He was a little proud that the man seemed as dazed as he was. I can feel it inside me, he said finally, smiling a little. It? Mikhail asked as he cleansed Dean's mess from them both. Your cum, Dean explained, watching the man's face. I've never felt like that before. It's hot. Mikhail laughed, tossing the used towel on the floor. Not everyone likes it. They're weird. He reached up to pull the man down into a soft kiss. They both made little happy noises that made him want to curl his toes almost as much as the other man's cock had. Dean felt floaty and warm, and the press of the man's body against his was more comforting than arousing at that moment. Nap? Mikhail asked as he pulled Dean against him. Dean nodded, enjoying the feel of Mikhail's arms around him and the breath on his neck. They'd never really been together in a bed, and Dean was pleasantly surprised to find that their bodies curled up perfectly together. You going to leave before I wake up? Dean asked, sleepily. There was a pause before Mikhail answered. Yes, but I promise you, I'll be back. I'm not going to disappear again. Dean sighed, but felt a small smile cross his face as he drifted off into the comfort of their shared warmth. Even with that news, he couldn't fight the sheer power of relaxation flooding his body. Mikhail was too warm, too comfortable, and with the rise and fall of his chest, too hypnotizing. I believe you. Chapter 10. It was the sun that woke him later. His nap had extended into the evening, and the setting sun blazed through his uncovered window. Grumbling, he rolled away from the influence of the window, flopping to the other side of the bed. It was then that he realized that the other side of the bed was empty. Mikhail had left, just as he said he would. Love 'em and leave 'em, Dean grunted, feeling his stomach turn at the thought. He wanted to trust the other man so desperately, and in some strange way, he did. Yet his mind didn't quite want to let go of the idea that perhaps Mikhail wasn't being quite as honest as he could be. It was about that time when he noticed that part of his arm wasn't pressed against the soft sheet of his bed, but against something else. A folded piece of paper lay there, now partially crumpled, beneath his outstretched arm. Flipping it around, he saw his own name in handwriting he recognized immediately. As much as it was embarrassing to admit, he had Mikhail's handwriting memorized. "Dean," he read aloud after opening the page. "I'm sorry that I left, even though that I told you I would have to. I am coming back. But first, I have to deal with my family. I need to know that they won't be a problem for you. I will be back for you. I promise." He smiled until his eyes caught the words at the bottom. "P.S. If I'm not back by the weekend, stay in the house at night, just in case." Dean looked up from the paper, perplexed. Stay inside at night? The hell was that supposed to mean? Jax's head popped up from the side of the bed. Dean held the paper up to the dog. "Any ideas?" Jax cocked his head, his droopy face sagging to one side, bringing a snort from Dean. "You know, without all the drooping, that could almost be the same face Mikhail makes, sometimes." The dog barked at the sound of the man's name, hopping excitedly up onto the bed. He began sniffing around, and Dean knew there was no use telling the dog that Mikhail wasn't there. The dog would end up combing through one end of the house to the other to find the other man. Only after finally being let out for his last run would the dog give up on the hunt. Dean knew the dog was part boxer, but sometimes he wondered if the dog didn't have some sort of hound in him too. Despite his nap, he still felt quite sleepy. Only this once had he fallen asleep with Mikhail in a real bed, and he already felt the loss of his absence. The side of the bed he was pressed against still smelled of earth and sawdust, so he figured he could allow himself the chance to sleep, burrowed in the sheets on that side, and let the alarm wake him in the morning. It seemed he had barely fallen asleep when the alarm jerked him awake in the morning. After fumbling about with the damn thing and finally turning it off, he glanced about blearily. He hadn't really expected Mikhail to be there just yet, especially considering the message. Dreams of running free through the woods and meadows had made him think of the man with a faint smile. It was only after sitting with his morning coffee on the front porch that he had the presence of mind to be concerned. The man had gone out to deal with whatever was going on with his family, in support of the relationship he wanted. Dean still knew very little about Mikhail's family, only that there was considerable tension there. He was getting the feeling that Mikhail's family was going to be furious that Mikhail was dating a guy, let alone dating anyone from town. He could easily picture a small community having an issue with one of their own sons dating another man. "Wait," Dean suddenly said aloud in the morning air. "If they only like people in their little circle to be together, then—" The thought made him crinkle his nose. Obviously, they had to marry outside of the community. Otherwise it would get weird. Realizing that his thoughts were taking him places he had no business being, he picked himself up from the porch and set himself to work. Industry made the time pass by more quickly, he had long since found. Between checking the crops, minding the cows and milking them, chasing chickens back to their rightful place, and all other manner of maintenance, he was kept fairly busy throughout his days. The first days weren't too bad. After the past few weeks of not seeing the man or hearing a word from him, this was an improvement. Mikhail had gone out of his way to make sure that Dean knew he was coming back. So Dean was going to do his best to hold it together and not assume the worst. The dull ache in his ass was a pleasant reminder of the man, and the scent left behind on the sheets might last him another night, if he was lucky. As the week began to pass by, he thought everything over as carefully as he could. One time of having slept with the man had been enough to seal the deal for Dean. After a couple of nights, the faint traces of Mikhail had disappeared from his home. Even the faint ache in his body had faded away, leaving him only with his thoughts. He supposed he should have been frustrated with himself, feeling halfway on the road to being some love-struck idiot at this point. Yet he couldn't help the smile that came to his lips when he thought about Mikhail's eventual return. Sure, he had his doubts about the other man returning, but he couldn't really blame himself for those concerns either. It didn't change his feeling that this time, however, he felt that the other man was going to stick to his promise, just as he had somehow known that something was wrong and that Mikhail wasn't coming back before. This time he knew he would be coming back. The only break in the time alone on his farm had been another visit from Mrs. Williams, this time armed with a chocolate pie and apologies for having taken so long in bringing it to him. They chatted a bit while he ate. He beamed when she said that he seemed to be looking better than he had before. He wasn't about to tell her the reason, not only because that would mean explaining a few things about his personal life, but also because it would involve bringing up Mikhail. He wasn't about to give the woman another chance to have a fit over the matter, so he kept his mouth shut and played the mystery man until she left with a smile and a wave. The pie hadn't even lasted till the weekend. Dean had consumed the whole thing a little more quickly than he would have liked. It had, though, made things a little more enjoyable as he tried to make it to the weekend. There was no such thing as having a total day off when you worked on a farm, but he allowed himself a more relaxed schedule on the weekends. All he really had to deal with were the animals, and even they seemed generally lazy when the weekends came around. Somehow he had managed to teach the animals that the weekends were for loafing. He had hoped Mikhail would show up by Saturday, but there was no sign of the man by then, not even a word from him. Instead, he spent his evening alone with Jax curled up in his laps as he sat on the front porch, slowly drinking a beer. The house was dark, and the night sky was lit by the full moon overhead and the twinkling stars around it. It was only then that he wished he had found some reliable way of keeping in contact with Mikhail. The anticipation of returning to the bright warmth from everything that had happened the weekend before still sustained him. It wasn't hard to miss Mikhail's ready smile or the adorable way he would cock his head when he found something interesting. There was plenty to miss, even if it was only the feel of the man behind him as they lay together. Jax jerked in his lap, pulling him from his depressing thoughts with a start. He frowned at the animal, wondering what had him staring so intently. Following the dog's gaze into the dark brush beyond the yard, there was nothing that he could see, but then again, he didn't have the same acute sense of smell or hearing that the canine did. Before he could think to grab the dog, Jax jumped off his lap with a snarl that Dean had never heard before, and he'd had Jax since the dog was 8 weeks old. Jax quickly sped out of sight into the dark brush, barking more fiercely. For a brief moment, Dean thought that perhaps this little wolf friend had returned, but then again, Jax had never reacted like this when the wolf had been there before. Hell, Jax had only reacted to any animal's presence with curiosity and interest, never with any degree of ferocity and anger. The sounds of another snarl had him flying off the porch toward the darkness. His heart pounded in his chest as he pushed through the branches in his path, desperate to find Jax. Pushing through another set of branches, he emerged into a small break in the trees. Every hair on Jax's body stood on end as he bared his fangs at a wolf. It wasn't the same wolf as before. Dean could see that right away. The wolf was about the same size, which was huge, but its pure black coat gave it away instantly. The fact that it was snarling furiously at Jax was another sign. Before he could do much more than feel a tremor of fear run through him, for both himself and his pet, the animals moved. Jax sprawled as the larger beast sent him tumbling into the dirt with another deep, throaty snarl. The dog was up quickly and narrowly missed being caught in the strong jaws as they flashed toward him. Jax, a domesticated animal, stood no chance against a wild wolf. He faintly recalled hearing that the jaws of a wolf could snap a human femur. A sharp yelp pierced through his panicky haze. The wolf had managed to get his teeth onto the dog, and blood now shone on the dog's leg as it limped back with another whimper. All it took was a glance at the wound and the look on Jax's eyes to get Dean moving. Without a thought, he grabbed a hefty fallen branch from the ground, advancing as the wolf moved in for the kill. The wolf darted forward, deadly teeth exposed, and he swung the branch with all the force he could muster. Catching the wolf under the chin, he sent the animal sprawling away from Jax. "Stay the fuck away from my dog," Dean shouted, raising the branch again and hoping he looked braver than he felt at the moment. The wolf recovered quickly, shaking its head as it stood to face Dean. Now its fangs were bared, and Dean realized the full danger of the situation. He had definitely pissed it off, and from the looks of the gash on its jaw, he had caused some damage. It leapt before Dean could formulate a plan. He barely managed to evade. The wolf soared past him, landing in the dirt and turning for the next attack. Dean managed to swing once more, backing the animal off from its next charge. But the next second, it charged again, only to duck back from the next swing. This was repeated, frustrating Dean even as it terrified him. It was only after a few more attempts that he realized what the wolf was doing. He couldn't keep swinging this heavy branch forever, but the wolf could keep goading him into swinging it. Hell, it was wearing him down quickly. Were wolves really that smart? Another feint, and then another, and Dean realized he was right. The wolf wasn't even really trying to get at him, but Dean had no choice but to swing every time it advanced. He tried to back away, to loop around the trees and use them as a shield. The problem was that if he went any further, he would expose Jax, who was in no shape to fight. Dean couldn't carry the dog either. He would be exposed if he tried to pick up Jax, and carrying him would slow him down too much to even attempt an escape. The simple tactic employed by the wolf was working, and the branch was quickly beginning to feel like a log. He stumbled on one swing, almost tripping over Jax, who was on the ground behind him, still attempting to growl when he could, whimpering when he could not. The wolf finally took the chance, darting beneath the branch, slamming into Dean and knocking him to the ground. Before he could scramble out of the way to catch his breath, the weight of the animal was on him. Shoving his arms forward, he managed to catch the jaws of the wolf with the branch he had somehow managed to hold onto. His face and throat were spared the grip of the teeth as they sank into the branch instead. The wolf tried to pull back, only for Dean to shove the branch forward, following the animal's movements. Dean knew that so long as the wolf was unable to get his mouth free from the branch, he would be safe. The moment the mouth was free was the moment he would find out just how strong those jaws really were. A detached part of his brain noticed that the tear on the wolf's jaw was no longer there, though fresh blood matted the fur all the same. The wolf had enough of the branch. Jerking its head sideways, it tore the wood from Dean's hand. Flailing his arms in the close quarters under the wolf, he tried to kick backwards, but one hand caught at his necklace, snapping the chain. Both hands now free, he crawled to get away, but the wolf advanced, fangs out and growling low. Dean braced for the lunge, shoving his hands forward as the animal moved in a desperate attempt to hold the wolf off. One hand slammed into its forehead, the other against its muscular throat. Immediately his arms threatened to buckle under the weight and force of the wolf's power. A shriek from the wolf caught him off guard. A sizzling patch of burning fur lit up on the wolf's forehead. Bewildered, Dean stared at the patch of blackened fur, almost perfect circle in shape. His eyes fell to his hand, the one that had hit the wolf's forehead, and he saw it. The glint of the pendant. The same mark on the beast. Before he could even wonder about the bizarre turn of events, the wolf was quickly recovering. The snarling told him he was in for it now. Frantically, he held up the necklace, some part of him instinctively knowing it was vital to his survival. The wolf eyed the necklace, and the horrible noise that came from its throat was even worse than before. "Screw you," Dean heard himself say, feeling more angry than afraid now. He didn't know what the hell was going on, why this animal was even attacking them, or why the freaking necklace had somehow burned the hell out of it. What he did know was that his dog was badly hurt, and his own body was bruised and marked from the fight. This asshole of an animal was trying to kill them, and that just pissed him off. The wolf bent slightly, leaping at him. Dean's muscles tensed for the blow, just as a blur of brown barreled into the leaping animal. Once again, the black wolf was sprawled on the ground, this time having suffered a more significant blow than any Dean managed to inflict. Now fully aware of the second wolf, Dean braced himself for another attack. Suddenly, the familiar light coloring caught his eye. "Holy shit! Seriously?" he cried. That same patient gaze turned to him, the entire face revealed in the cascading light of the moon, its head cocked at him, tipping slightly as it took in Dean's haggard state. Dean could clearly see the intelligence in the wolf's face, and he would swear there was concern in those beautiful, hazel eyes. For a moment, they stared at one another, Dean's eyes widening slowly. His hand rose up before him, the twinkling of the necklace in the moonlight making his eyes even wider. "Silver," he muttered, his voice filled with wonder as the thoughts bubbled up in his mind, against his will and against all logic. The old stories echoed in his mind, stories he had scoffed at and still desperately wanted to deny. A full moon, wolves that were larger than they ought to be, and more intelligent than he thought possible. The burning mark from a simple silver pendant, but most of all, he knew those eyes. He knew those eyes so well. How could they be the same? By chance? He had stared thoughtfully into those eyes way too many times to ever mistake them for anything but what they were, who they were. "Mikhail?" The wolf's tail flipped a few times in an unmistakable wag. Dean's jaw dropped. The full realization of what was happening slammed into him. Reality flooded over him, surreal in the revelations it brought home. Numbly, he watched the black wolf pull itself up and lunge at Mikhail. There was none of the subtlety or guile which the black wolf had shown while trying to take Dean down. This was pure animal savagery, mixed with enough human understanding to make the fight quick and bloody. They were evenly matched. Both were scoring hits. Dumbly, Dean sat there watching the fight, arms limp at his side. The wolves tumbled, rolling around the small clearing, trying to go for softer, more vulnerable points on the other. Dean couldn't make out who was winning, and they were so entwined he could barely tell one from another. "Holy shit," he repeated aloud, still in shock. All those stories, hell, even the urban legends people had been telling the world over, they were all true? Had this been what Mrs. Williams was talking about? Had this been why Mikhail was so worried all this time? Worried enough to give up on their relationship to protect him? Was the moon really a great big deal in the middle of it all? Or was it just a coincidence? Some part of Mikhail was still awake inside that wolf body, but how much? Did it matter? What could he do? Had the silver really burned that other wolf? The silver. He was on his feet and holding the silver chain between his hands before he fully realized what he was doing. The black wolf had managed to get the upper hand, pinning Mikhail beneath him. Mikhail wasn't giving up that easily, snapping at the other wolf every time it made a move. It was only a matter of time before the black wolf managed to score the blow that would end the fight. The anger from before boiled up again, this time seething into full-blown rage. Now this asshole, who was probably just a person under that fur, was trying to kill Mikhail. With all of that burning like a brand in his mind, he rushed forward without a thought for his own safety. How he managed it, he would never be able to describe afterwards. His body landed on the back of the large animal, and the chain slipped over the animal's muzzle and around its neck. This close, Dean could hear the sizzle as he pulled it tight. The wolf gave a shocked yelp of pain, jerking backward to shake Dean off. Somehow, he managed to stay on, holding tight as the chain dug into the neck of the giant beast. The wolf bucked and thrashed, backing up as it tried to throw the crazed human off its back. Dean wasn't letting go until he was thrown off or somehow unable to hold on. The smell of burning hair and skin filled the air, choking him, but he held on. This beast had made his night a living hell, and he wasn't quitting until it did too. It flopped, taking Dean with him as it writhed on the ground. Dean was forced to roll away. Only now could he see the smoke rolling up off the black wolf, the thick fur around its neck charred and ruined. Mikhail, fur dirty and covered in blood, stepped forward as the other wolf managed to dislodge the chain from its neck. Mikhail bent his head near the other animal's stomach, his razor-sharp teeth bared near the soft flesh of the belly. The black wolf froze, not daring to move, it seemed. A low rumble came from Mikhail's throat, an obvious threat. Slowly, the black wolf, as if not completely ready to commit to the act, rolled onto its back. Dean knew enough about wolf body language to know what that meant. Apparently, it sufficed, and the black wolf was able to stand up, though it did so slowly. It backed up, eyes locked on Mikhail. When its gaze flipped over to Dean, the lips curled up to expose a long, sharp fang. Mikhail snarled, and the wolf darted off into the woods and quickly out of sight. Dean lay there for what felt like the longest time, reaching forward to pick up the broken chain. The pendant had remained on the chain somehow. He had been expecting burned skin and fur, but the chain was free of both. Nothing but dirt and a little blood. He slid it into his pocket, sending silent thanks up to wherever his grandfather was for making sure that that thing somehow found its way to him. Nearby, he saw the wolf containing the man he knew so well. "It's really you, isn't it?" Dean asked. There was only a jerk of the head as a response, and Dean sighed. He couldn't think of what to say next, and didn't get the time to really figure it out. The faint noise of another pitiful whine alerted him. "Shit!" Jax whined again, picking his head up to lick his master's hand as Dean approached. Dean winced as he eyed the ugly wounds, the blood still oozing around them. It looked awful, and his throat tightened at the sight. "I have to get the vet out here," he said, realizing he had no idea where to even find one. Carefully, he picked up Jax, murmuring softly to him as he cradled the dog in his arms. "I got you, buddy. Daddy's got you. We're going to get you all better, okay? Okay?" Barely noticing that Mikhail was already gone, he stumbled back in the direction of the house, hoping that he wasn't too late to save his best friend. Chapter 11. The sun broke over the horizon before Dean's thoughts settled down enough that he wasn't quite as crazy. Despite feeling like his nerves were about to leap out of his body at any moment, he had still brewed himself a huge pot of strong coffee. There was no way that he was going to be getting any sleep anyway. Hell, it was probably going to be a coffee-powered day, so he might as well have been honest with himself and started off right. He felt, more than heard, Mikhail come up behind him as he stood at the counter, staring out of the window. For a moment, he expected the man's hands on him, but there was nothing. Dean couldn't really blame him. There was a lot between them that needed to be addressed. Still, he wouldn't have minded Mikhail's touch. "Jax?" Mikhail's soft voice was a few feet behind him. Dean turned around to face him. Wherever Mikhail had gone, it had involved getting clothes, but apparently not shoes. Jeans and a t-shirt, that was all. and Dean could see that the t-shirt didn't quite fit like the others did. For a moment, he wanted to ask where Mikhail had stolen them from, but he paused. The man's face was tight, and dark circles hung under his eyes. Mikhail seemed as stressed and upset as he felt himself. "He's okay now," Dean breathed, feeling the tension easing a bit at the words. "The vet got him patched up and a little drugged. He's got a lot of stitches, and he'll be really sore, but he's going to be okay. The fun part will be that cone he's got on his head now. He was a terror after I had him fixed. He's not going to be happy when he wakes up enough to realize he's wearing that stupid thing again." Mikhail cracked a smile at that. "Guess you'll need to hide the breakables." "Not much left for him to break," Dean sighed. "He's dangerous where fragile stuff is concerned, even when he's not wearing a cone." Mikhail chuckled, the noise trailing off after a moment and ending abruptly. The tension hung between them again, each of them waiting for the other to break the silence. Dean watched Mikhail, trying to make up his mind about whatever was going on in his head. His eyes fell on the man's left shoulder and forearm, where they were wrapped in bandages. "The other, wolf? It seemed like he healed really fast after I smacked him with that branch," Dean finally said, unable to contain himself. Mikhail nodded. "Yeah, we healed pretty fast." "Then why—" "Some things don't heal that well," Mikhail said, glancing down with a shrug. "Like the teeth of our own kind." "Or silver?" Dean asked. "Yeah, or silver. Other stuff does it, too, but those are the two biggest things." Dean sighed, looking up at the ceiling. "Full moon?" Mikhail laughed at that. "We can turn any time, actually. The full moon I don't know how to explain it. You want to turn when the moon is full and up high. It's kind of like how deep down I want to touch you. Or when I do touch you, I want more. I want to feel you, more of you. It's a primal thing?" "Yeah, that's exactly it. That's the best way to put it." Dean wanted to smirk, but could only sigh, taking in the information. He had spent a great deal of the past few hours thinking over everything that had happened. It was difficult to say exactly how he felt about the whole thing, though the shock had worn off. Now he was full of questions for the other man. "So that was really you as a wolf this whole time, coming over here onto my property?" he asked, despite knowing the answer already. "I wanted to keep an eye on you. I couldn't help it." Dean could smile at that. In truth, the idea that the other man had gone out of his way to be there around him warmed him a little. He supposed he should have been a little creeped out, or at least annoyed, as, for a while, Mikhail had led him to believe he was gone for good. Maybe he was just too tired to be really annoyed over it, or maybe he was just weird. "So, you decided to just freak me out a few times instead? I mean, really, you just pop up out of nowhere, full-blown wolf? Were you trying to freak me out?" Mikhail flushed. "No, that wasn't it at all. Just like I said before, the whole full moon thing makes the desire to change hard to resist. But when you're a wolf, well, what?" Mikhail took a deep breath, steadying himself. "When you're a wolf, you're different. The human is still there, but so is the wolf. It's always there, really, even now, but it's a lot stronger when you're in that form. Wolf instincts are strongest when the moon is full. My wolf half wanted to see you for itself when it was free, and so—" "Wait. So it's always there? Always? "Yeah. It's a part of me, and always has been." "Two spirits," Dean muttered, thinking back to the story he had told Mikhail. How bizarre to think that he had thought he'd been telling Mikhail a fascinating tale, a mythology of sorts, when the man probably knew it already, as fact. Life really was a strange experience. Wait, does that mean your whole family is... Mikhail winced at that. It's not all of us. It's a genetic thing. If Dean raised a brow. Might as well say werewolves and get it over with. The cat, or wolf, to be accurate, is out of the bag now. Mikhail continued with a faint smile. Right. If two werewolves have kids, the chance of the kids being one too is high, but not guaranteed. Hell, two humans can make one and not even know it. We don't show the full signs of it until we're close to our first change. It's good if it's a werewolf family or community, but sometimes it happens in human families where the parents don't know they can even carry the genes, much less they pass them on. That can be really messy. Dean didn't have to wonder, but he asked anyway. Messy? Changing for the first time is a terrifying experience, even if you know what's happening. All of a sudden, your body is changing, totally. You're becoming an animal, and that animal is right there in your head. People tend to lose it the first time they change, even when they've been warned. Others, they can go feral sometimes, but they usually leave less of a mess behind them first. So, it's genetic then, not the whole two spirits thing that I brought up. Sorta. I don't really know too much about it, but there are people in the Grove who know the stories better. They know what we are a lot better than I do. I never did care much about all that. I just wanted to live my life. But I'd say it's both, spirit affecting flesh and the other way round. Again, all Dean could do was nod, mulling the new details over in his head. He'd never been much for pondering spiritual matters. What interest he'd ever had in the past died with his family years ago. He could certainly understand wanting to go your own way, but hadn't Dean wanted the same thing for himself? The difference was that Dean had held himself back all those years. Mikhail, apparently, had a whole slew of people, especially his family, standing in the way of his life as he pleased. Family. Another thought came to Dean. And the other one, the black wolf. Mikhail frowned. My cousin. Dean stared. Your cousin? He attacked me? Mikhail looked troubled. I know. I don't know if that was what he meant to do or if he just wanted to scare you and it got out of hand. But it was definitely what he was trying to do when he got pushed. So yeah, I guess. Dean gave a little low whistle. You weren't kidding about your family stuff being complicated, were you? No, I wasn't. I'll have to face them all again at some point, but... Dean turned, pouring another cup of coffee and wishing it was beer instead. After a pause, he pulled another cup from the cupboard and poured one for Mikhail. The man clearly hadn't slept either, what with being up all night saving Dean's ass. Mikhail seemed grateful for the coffee, sipping it with a slight grimace which made Dean laugh. He really had brewed it strong. The laugh seemed to lighten the tension slightly. He looked at Mikhail. What else is different? Mikhail looked up from his coffee. Different? Yeah. Me being human, you being a werewolf. He paused for a deep breath and then continued. What else makes you different from me? I mean, you can turn into a wolf, which is pretty handy. Silver sucks for you. I'm guessing you can probably sense stuff better than me, if I think back a bit. And does being one alter you? You know, Physically, too. Mikhail looked at Dean, eyeing him with a deadpan expression of his own. Are you asking me if being a werewolf makes me have a big dick? A sharp bubble of laughter escaped from Dean's throat. Maybe. Trust me, that has nothing to do with it. Rest assured, there are plenty of little dicks out there. That comment only caused Dean to laugh even harder, forcing him to set his coffee down before he spilled it. The laughter seemed to force its way out of him as he doubled over, unable to contain it. The tension and fear of the past several hours came out as overblown, ridiculous laughter. It wasn't long until Mikhail was behind him, laughing as well, though not as hard. He was laughing at Dean rather than the crazy situation, but both men couldn't help but be swept up in the moment of sheer lunacy. Eventually, Dean was able to stand, wiping the tears of laughter from his face. His life had been a wild ride for years now, even if there were periods of peace. Now he was standing in the kitchen with a bona fide werewolf, a werewolf he happened to find breathtaking. Even with the bags under his eyes, the bandages, and the stiffness in his shoulders, the man was one of the most beautiful things Dean had ever seen. He reached forward, cupping Mikhail's face and smiling. Did you really mean it? Wanting to be with me, I mean? Mikhail's face went serious, his free hand coming up to cover Dean's. He searched Dean's face, his fingertips warm against Dean's hand. This simple act of touching brought a sense of calm to Dean's mind. There was still a world of things to address, but for now, he had Mikhail with him, and that was all that mattered. I meant it, and I still mean it, Mikhail said. If you still want me, anyway. Both Mikhail's tone and his face showed the bald fear that he had been feeling. Dean could see the worry etched on every part of him. Poor Mikhail had been keeping this secret from the world for his whole life, and had even been keeping it from Dean the entire time they'd been friends. It was one hell of a secret. Dean couldn't deny that, but there was still plenty to work through, and Dean still felt like his head might spin right off his shoulders at any point. But could he really turn Mikhail away now? In truth, he wasn't even bothered by the secret-keeping. It was one hell of a fact to lay at someone's feet. If Dean hadn't seen it for himself, he would have thought that Mikhail was lying to save face or to spare Dean's feelings. It would have been the strangest lie he'd ever heard, but he would have believed it to be a lie nevertheless. Turns out seeing really was believing. There was quite a gulf of information that he had yet to be told, and even more he had to understand completely. It wasn't often that someone found out that everything they'd been made to believe about one's world wasn't completely true. It left a lot of questions about other myths and legends, including the ones his grandfather used to tell. He knew Mikhail was worried. It was quite a bombshell that had blown apart in Dean's face, and he knew the other man was beyond freaked at the possible consequences. Dean would be drawn into his world, no matter how much they tried to avoid it. Yet, Mikhail had stuck by him, even if it had been in a way that Dean hadn't known about at the time. Mikhail had followed through on his word and even saved his life, exposing everything about himself and widening the rift between himself and his family. He had already risked so much and was risking more by telling Dean all of this. Mikhail had sacrificed, yet was still standing here, looking vulnerable and afraid. "You're a pretty wolf," Dean said. Mikhail blinked in surprise, then turned a dusty shade of pink. It was the flush that did it for Dean, the rush of color to the other man's face, coupled with the undiluted embarrassment he obviously felt, was too sweet and endearing. Dean leaned forward. cupping his hands behind Mikhail's head to pull him down into a kiss. It was all just as before, the tightening of his stomach muscles, the rush of heat that threatened to melt him, and the smell of the man filling his nose, soothing him into a peaceful bliss. "Yeah," Dean whispered against the man's lips. "Yeah? You'll—" Mikhail asked breathlessly. Dean's eyes lit up, his thumbs tracing Mikhail's jaw. "Yeah." Epilogue. Had it really only been a week since so much of what he'd always believed about the world had been turned on its head? He didn't know just how much of his grandfather's stories were actually true, but there was enough truth there to make him wonder about the rest of it for sure. To see for himself the tales of beasts in human form coming to life had boggled his mind. He was still trying to process the whole thing, and at times was more than a little taken aback by one thing or another that he had learned. Yet, the fact that he was head over heels crazy over one of them was even more preposterous. Maybe it was just the fact that he was crazy over a guy in general was strange to him. Who knew? Mikhail hadn't left the property since the morning after the fight and subsequent revelations. Dean felt as though the other man might have been waiting for the other shoe to drop. Or perhaps for Dean to realize what he was really getting into and boot him out without a second thought. That, or perhaps the man was just feeling terribly guilty. He certainly seemed to dote over Jax while the dog was recovering, as if the injuries were somehow his fault. Dean watched the two of them, feeling his chest squeeze. It was sweet to watch this big, scary man, with the kindest eyes, coo and whisper to the slow and pitiful dog as it tried to wiggle against him. Mikhail even insisted on applying the medicine to the dog's wounds, being gentler than Dean had ever thought possible. Maybe Dean would hit a wall and decide he couldn't take what happened, that he couldn't believe this was happening and wanted nothing to do with it. But he didn't think so. There was too much goodness here for him to turn his back on it. Moments like watching Mikhail with Jax, like watching the man's silhouette moving against the backdrop of the setting sun, hearing him hum to himself as he cooked them dinner, seeing him smile whenever Dean entered the room, feeling the warmth of his body pressed against him when they slept, eager to feel Dean against him, no matter what. The fact that the sex was continuing to blow his mind certainly didn't hurt matters either. Nothing could have prepared him for where his life had already taken him over the past handful of months. Finding the legacy his grandfather had left to him, taking the chance to step out of his dismal existence and throw himself and everything he had into this place. Meeting Mikhail and making a real friend for the first time in a long time. Then working through the complications, the feelings, the sexual aspects, and everything else that served to muddy the waters. How funny it was to him to think that those were his concerns only a week ago. Now, he realized they were nothing in comparison. Everything either of them had dealt with before had been done separately. Neither of them had gone through this life untouched or scar-free. Yet now they each had the other by their side to work through whatever came their way. He didn't really know what those situations could be, but he knew that Mikhail was willing to brave all of that with him. Dean knew it wasn't going to be as easy as all that. He still had plenty to learn, plenty to digest. He was a human being. Mikhail, a werewolf. A fact he found out the hard way, if there was such a thing. Was there an easy way to discover such a thing? A whole new reality had opened up before him in such a short amount of time. Who knew what else was coming his way? Mikhail would eventually have to face his family. Everything that had happened meant that he was likely going back to one hell of a storm. Dean hadn't yet got into what the werewolf family was like, or what their politics were, but he was betting it would get messy. Mikhail seemed in no rush to face whatever was coming his way from his family, so Dean was just happy to have him around. This was what he found himself thinking as he watched Mikhail walk across the yard toward the porch. The man's eyes found him, and he waved. Dean sighed happily as he watched his approach. The sight of the man never ceased to both stimulate and relax him. Watching his muscles move beneath his clothes, the way his eyes fell so confidently on Dean as he grew nearer. It was a strange mix of arousal and a surge of emotions that always seemed to threaten him from within. It was terrifying and exhilarating. "I'm going to have to see my family soon. You know that, right?" Mikhail asked, stopping before Dean and staring down at him. Dean returned the stare. "You mean we, right? We have to go see your family soon. Not letting that go, are you?" "Nope." Dean took the other man's hand. "We're going together. It's only right. You're not facing this alone. Not when I'm the reason for it. That isn't fair. And you know it's dangerous. Maybe. Probably." "Probably?" Mikhail asked in disbelief. "They're going to be pissed when I show up, and doubly pissed if I bring you along. I'm afraid they'll take all their frustrations out on you, Dean. I don't want you getting hurt over this. Jack's already got hurt because one member of my family came out here over this. I don't want to drag you over there and deal with them all directly." "Hey, Mikhail." Mikhail hesitated before finally sighing. "Yes?" "Ignore all that. Pay attention to that instead." Dean motioned to the setting sun. Mikhail glanced at the sunset, then down at the other man before laughing. "Touché." Dean could only smile as the man settled in next to him on the swing. The press of his body against him made the colors of the sunset even more beautiful. Sure, it was sappy, but it was the kind of sappy he could learn to live with. He was allowed to be sentimental, in his opinion. With so much going on, all he could do was soak up the sweet moments like this. Somehow, he felt like they would come in handy a little later when it all hit the fan, as it most surely would. So yeah, the future was right around the corner. It was filled with a bunch of pissed-off werewolves that were probably going to want a piece of one or both of them. The events that would follow all of this were bound to be interesting, like the old Chinese curse falling into their lives. For all the downs that were most likely coming their way, he wanted to cherish the ups. On the farm, they were cut off from the outside world, at least temporarily. As soon as they stepped back into reality, he was pretty sure reality would come crashing down with a vengeance. "Totally worth it," he murmured to the air, taking Mikhail's hand in his own, content to just enjoy the sunset before them. The end. Closing credits. This has been an Audible production. Written by Noah Harris. Copywritten by Books Unite People. Copyright 2017. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.